Stream audio test 1 2. Stream audio test 1 2. Stream audio test 1 2.
Thanks, colleagues. I think that is sufficient. Colleagues, as we know now, we'll be doing the opening and welcoming for everyone. My name is Yanga Kwababana. I'm the legal officer in the Human Rights Commission here in the Northwest, based in Rustenburg. This is our second sitting from the last one we had in Mafikeng. Most who are here with us today are aware of what is happening. Nonetheless, our provincial manager, Mr. Osmos Mngomezulu, is going to explain it properly as to why we are here today. We'll be starting with the introductions, so we'll prefer everyone to introduce themselves as to their name, surname, and where they are coming from. My colleague will be moving around with the mic. We'll just be waiting for her, colleagues. She'll be moving around. She'll be starting with the panel of the hearing. Then we'll go down until we come back.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Osmond Mngomezulu. I'm the Provincial Manager of the South African Human Rights Commission in the Northwest Province and also chairing this inquiry.
Morning, everyone. My name is Shirley Mlombo, a Senior Legal Officer at the South African Human Rights Commission in Mpumalanga.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zama Tuli Lutuli. I am a Senior Legal Officer at the South African Human Rights Commission in the Northwest Province.
Morning, everyone. My name is Palisa Chebelezani. I'm a candidate attorney at the Northwest University's Law Clinic.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Thabo Lukoko, candidate attorney, Provincial Law Clinic.
Good morning, Sidiso Chipanyani, CEO of the Human Rights Commission.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andre Schwartz from Potchefstroom. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Isaac Abraham Kleinans. I'm the chairperson of the SGB of Promoza Secondary School.
Good morning. I'm Ramedi Evilwate, hailing from Potchefstroom, the TLO and SGB member, Promoza Secondary School.
Good morning, everyone. Maria Falasna Jonker, Deputy Secretary in Promoza Secondary School.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Justice Serwaga, Secretary of Setlagola Development Forum from Ratlo Local Municipality.
Good morning. My name is Gavin Edwards. I'm a member of the Northwest Provincial Legislature.
Hi, my name is Mabatu, and I'm the Office Manager in the Office of the CEO of Human Rights Commission.
Morning, everyone. My name is Hilda Pule. I'm the Executive PA in the Office of the CEO Human Rights Commission.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tshwanelo Muitlana. I'm the CEO of NAPTOSA in the Northwest Province.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Thabo Porabatu, Director in the Office of the Head of Department for Education Northwest. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Salwan Jacob, CS Auxiliary Services, Bojanala District.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Musimane Hape Morake, CS Auxiliary Services, Department of Education, Dr. Rulso Musimupati District.
Good morning. I'm Relofti Jager. I'm an architect at the Northwest Department of Education.
Morning, everyone. My name is Tiron Tuane. I'm the Director Legal Services, Department of Education.
Morning, everyone. My name is Kagiso Dukhamaje, Senior Legal Admin Officer, Northwest Department of Education.
Good morning. My name is Stefina Mamuto Simaswa, and I'm the head of the Department for Education in the Northwest Province. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Matsumela, the MEC of Education in the Northwest Province.
Good morning. My name is Shala Makwala, the Acting Chief Director, Infrastructure, Department of Education.
Thank you, colleagues, for that. As I had said before, I'll be giving the opportunity to Mr. Osmond Mngomezulu to give us an overview of the previous hearing and also the purpose of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Kwababana. Thank you, colleagues, for coming. Special recognition to the MEC, HOD, and all the officials of the Department of Education, but also special recognition to our CEO who traveled all the way from Gauteng to join us today. This is the second leg of the inquiry. The first sitting was on the 2nd to the 4th of March. By special request of the Department of Education, we postponed the hearing to today, 24 March, in order to enable the Department of Education to provide written submissions and also to prepare for their presentation and to be able to appear today. We're thankful that they honored their undertaking. This is a provincial investigative inquiry into allegations of inadequate infrastructure in public schools in the Northwest Province. The inquiry forms part of ongoing investigations of numerous complaints that were lodged with the Human Rights Commission, raising allegations that various schools in the Northwest Province do not comply with relevant legislation, policies, and norms and standards. That is the infrastructure in the school. The complaints were received from Mr. Edwards, who is in the room today, members of the public, including Mr. Justice from Sitlahule, and others were initiated on own accord when our monitors, human rights monitors, went to the schools and identified issues of infrastructure. We addressed allegations letters to the department in respect of those investigations, but noting the number of the complaints that we were receiving, raising similar issues, and the fact that the investigations were becoming dated, Ms. Lutuli, during this first sitting, made submissions that some of the complaints date back to 2019. We used our complaints handling procedures to consolidate the complaints and to treat them as a systemic violations. The department to date, that was up until the date of the first sitting, had not given us specific details of the measures that had been addressed to that had been taken to address infrastructure challenges. It had also not provided information relating to the resources allocated to addressing infrastructure challenges. And it is for that reason that the Commission then determined, in terms of its own complaints handling procedures, to consolidate the complaints and institute this inquiry. The inquiry seeks to establish, amongst others, the prevalence of inadequate school infrastructure in the Northwest Province, the root causes of inadequate school infrastructure, the state's plans, if any, to address challenges related to school infrastructure, and the impact of inadequate school infrastructure on the learners' rights in terms of the Bill of Rights, including the right to education, equality, dignity, water, sanitation, and broadly children's rights under Section 28 of the Constitution. Courts have confirmed that school infrastructure forms an integral part of the right to education. I'll be failing in my duties if I do not mention the powers and functions of the South African Human Rights Commission. We are a state institution established in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution. The specific mandate of the Constitution is found in Section 184 of the Constitution, which states that the Commission is established to protect human rights, promote human rights, and monitor and assess the observance of human rights in the Republic. Under Section 184(2) of the Constitution, the Commission is empowered to investigate and to report on the observance of human rights and to take steps to secure redress where human rights have been violated. The Commission has additional powers in terms of legislation, most notably the South African Human Rights Commission's Act 40 of 2013, which states that the Commission is competent and obliged to investigate on its own initiative or on receipt of a complaint any allegation of human rights violation. Section 15 of the South African Human Rights Commission's Act regulates investigations, and it states that the Commission may request information to be provided and may request a person to present information in connection with an investigation initiated by the Commission. The panelists have introduced themselves. The proceedings are inquisitorial in nature. We're not following the adversarial accusatorial process, which is largely followed in the courts. We had requested respondents to make written and oral submissions. We received written submissions from the department, and we are eager to receive the oral submissions today. We are a public institution that subscribes to the values of transparency, accountability, and openness. Our processes are open to the public, and they are being recorded, and a transcript will be produced. We had requested members of the school management team, members of school governing bodies, associations of school governing bodies, labor unions, NAPTOSA and SATU, government departments, the Department of Education, Department of Labor, and Department of Public Works. And also the complainants and organizations, the individuals and organizations that had lodged complaints to make their presentations. During the first sitting on the 2nd to the 4th of March, we received presentations and submissions from Promoza Secondary School, the SGB. They are present today. They raised issues of inadequate school infrastructure, including asbestos structures and roofing in their school. They also raised issues relating to the allocation of funds to the SGB, which they considered to be inadequate to address issues of infrastructure maintenance. And that same goes to a bill of about 4 million rand towards the municipality, which is a debt inherited from the previous SGP. They raised the impact of the inadequate school infrastructure on the learners and teachers. Not sure how connected it is to the inquiry, but they also raised that the pass rate was the lowest in their district, pass rate of the school. We also received presentations from the school principal of Freedom Park Secondary School, who showed, even made a presentation with photographs and videos showing cracked walls and floor, and the fact that they have made calls, and he produced a lot of documents showing requests that he had made for the infrastructure challenges to be attended to, which to date had not been addressed. He had started in 2016, and he also showed lead evidence with entries in the register where people record when they visit the school. Some of them were by the infrastructure officials and had noted the challenges in the school. Also took presentations from the principal of Setswarapilo Primary School, raised serious infrastructure challenges, that there had been several visits by the Northwest Provincial Legislature, the Portfolio Committee on Education and Sport, and that the MEC had also visited the school, and there was a posting on social media showing the challenges in that school that sparked outrage, and the learners had to be moved to another school until mobile classrooms were delivered. And there had been a drop in the enrollment rate in that school. The school principal of Monato Primary School raised challenges with infrastructure challenges relating to insufficient toilets and grade R learners, and having to share with the grade 7 in the senior phases. And pictures were shown of the conditions in the ablution facilities. We also received presentations from NAPTOSA, who are present today, alerting the Commission to other schools that were not identified in the initial phase of the investigation, most notably the impact of inadequate school infrastructure on their members' right to a safe working environment, and the learners, and the challenges related to teachers, educators having to teach in an overcrowded classroom, and the inability to attend to specific needs of individual learners. We were also told of schools in Matipeng that still use pit latrines. We also took presentation from SATU in the province. Similar issues were raised, the impact of inadequate infrastructure on the working environment and the learners and learning and teaching. We received, again, a list of schools provided with a presentation which identified schools that had infrastructure challenges, including pit latrines. We also received a presentation from the National Association of School Governing Bodies. Again, the presentation covers more than 40 schools with infrastructure challenges which are specified in the presentation. Issues of pit latrines are also used, cracked walls and falling ceilings. The Department of Labor also made a presentation largely saying it is the duty of the employer, the Department of Education, to create a safe working environment, and made submissions about the mandate of the Department of Labor, which includes conducting inspections and, where necessary, even issuing closure notices. And we showed videos and photographs taken from some of the schools, and the Department of Labor noted that indeed those were showing serious infrastructure challenges, and they took note. They requested a number of those schools, the names of those schools which were furnished, that they would conduct their inspections. The presentations were provided to the Department of Education on request, and we believe that they were taken into consideration when the department prepared its submissions. Today, we've been advised that we will receive an overview from the MEC and the HOD and a presentation by the Chief Director. The process that we follow, we allow the presentation to be done, and once that is done, we ask clarity-seeking questions. Some of the questions that we may have prepared, chances are, would have been addressed during the presentation. Those that have been addressed, we will skip and move to those that where we seek specific clarity. Once the investigations are completed, before I get there, we had invited the Department of Public Works. We were contacted yesterday by the administrator informing us that they had other commitments, and they requested indulgence to make their submissions in writing, which was granted. We will be following up on the written submissions by the Department of Public Works. Once the investigations are completed, the Commission will issue an investigative report with binding findings and recommendations. It is for that reason that we followed this meticulous process of requesting written and oral submissions to be made, and an undertaking that the information being provided is authentic and truthful in every respect, because it will inform the findings of the South African Human Rights Commission. The recommendations will obviously be shared with the relevant respondents, and it will be subject to the process of review, as is the case with other findings and recommendations of Chapter 9 institutions. We will no longer today be having the presentation of the Department of Public Works. We only have the Department of Education. And once their presentations are completed, we will then have an opportunity to ask a few questions. And I think that is as far as I can go in terms of outlining the purpose and a recap of the first sitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mgumozulu, for the benefit of those colleagues who were not part of the first hearing. I believe everyone now is in the same wavelength as to what is happening today. As it has been briefly stated, we'll be expecting the MEC of the Department of Education to give us the introduction, followed by the administrator and the head of department. Then thereafter, Mr. S. Makwela will be the one who's doing the presentation. That is our understanding. Thereafter, we'll be asking, in terms of the presentation, we'll be using the projector for the benefit of everyone who doesn't have the documentation that the Human Rights Commission has. So this moment, until, I'm not going to say until, I can say as far as you want to go forward. Then thereafter, as the Human Rights Commission, the panelists will be asking questions thereafter to clarify any outstanding issues. So for the coming hour or so, we'll be giving the platform to the Department of Education. They can proceed in that order from the Honorable Minister and going further. MEC, I mean, apologies. Oh, Mike, I'll give you just now. As far we'll prefer if you can come this side. MEC. Or you can sit down, it's fine. Sorry. To use this. No, I need a mask. You can sit me. Or we can, so maybe I can use this one. Sanitizer. Thank you. I need my mask. In your calendar book.
I'm okay, and
Yeah,
give
fine.
an overview, isn't it?
Yes.
And there's going to be a presentation, isn't it?
That's the case.
The HOD is still going to speak, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Let me warmly greet all in this meeting today, all people who are here, from honorable members to the SGBs in our different schools in the Northwest Province, and further maybe relate matters around issues that might have been raised in the previous meeting. And secondly, I want us to note that in that meeting, the department was fully represented by the legal unit led by Mr. Ntuani, who is our advocate in the department. So I think that area needs to be clarified so that people out there mustn't continue to say the department didn't attend the previous or the first leg meeting that was held in Mafikeng. Let me start by saying education is a societal issue. Given this, education continues to be an apex priority in the country, in the Northwest Province. Being apex, it means that the curriculum needs to be discharged under a conducive environment through teaching and learning. And honestly, we need to dignify at most everyone who is within that environment through the infrastructure that is quite acceptable in the Northwest Province. And we are doing this with the relevant units within the Department of Education, the unit that deals with the infrastructure, and I think the acting chief director have introduced herself accordingly in this meeting. Now, being a societal issue as it is, it means all of us need to take care of our schools, number one. Two, need to consider a fact that our schools indeed need to be conducive for teaching and learning. The fortunate part about the schools that have been mentioned, I know all of them. I'm not an office-based MEC. I go all over the Northwest Province. Even things difficult as they may be, I go there and talk to our people and make a lot of sense to them. Even when schools are being prevented to go to classes, in most cases I go there. And I remember when I got back to the office in 2019, there was a situation at Tlachameng where learners couldn't go to school for almost 6 months. I wrote in undated letters to the Human Rights Commission. To date, I don't remember them coming on board and assisting the department and speak to a right of education as it is being alluded to today. We had a situation during the beginning of this year at the Gruondal Tirelon Secondary School. I also informed the Office of Human Rights Commission, and I have seen ourselves alone, honestly, trying to make sense to everyone, including a fact that education is a right. We had a school in Marikana sometime last year where communities decided to go out and prevent the learners to go to our schools. I went there with the department officials, and we continue to make sense that education is a right. And I want to continue to say, indeed, education is a right. And the infrastructure that is necessary for education must be in a good condition. So I think I had to premise my introduction by making a lot of sense around a right, because a human right must not be referred to certain issues, but on other issues, it is not a human right. Education is a right. Therefore, education is a societal issue. As the Department of Education in the Northwest Province, so honestly, we are working beyond the clock to dignify almost everyone who is in our schools. For instance, I went to Promoza Secondary School with all its problems. They don't start, those problems have been there for years. I don't know, ever since I have been in office, for how many times I have been at the school. And I sat down with the SGB and try to show the SGB that they are a legal entity in our schools, as per the South African Schools Act. Maybe they don't understand. I really don't know, because in most cases, I will meet with senior managers and further relate what I have actually discussed with the management, if not the SGB of certain schools. At Promoza, I deliberately say those structures that are being built with asbestos, they must be condemned to a larger extent. I said, I gave the SGB an instruction that you need to demolish these structures, because you've got the right, you've got the capacity as the SGB, as the governors at this stage. So the school on its own, it says, Memas Mashwe, we need to go and camp at the school to a larger extent, maybe take the work of the SGB, because to a certain extent, the legislation is empowering us on matters that the SGBs cannot do. We, as the Department of Education, can do. However, I'm a person who really wants to continue to work with people in a manner in which we find and conclude issues in a proper way. So the issue of Promoza, I know them very well, and there's a very clear instruction on teaching and learning. I have even said to the principal at that stage, you are having the University of Potchefstroom around you, you are having examiners, you are having moderators around this place. How well can you work with these people? Honestly, it's up to the school, because number of schools honestly are working with almost everyone who understands that education is a societal issue. On the issue of Chairperson is not been raised maybe by the complainant. Chairperson is a matter that we have picked as the Department of Education, and we took a decisive decision that indeed we are going to build, to replace that school. Right now, the process is being done, is concluded, and the Chairperson is going to be a school that we want it to be like. However, I must also raise the issue of governance. You know, when you go to Chairperson and you go to Pinahari, you go to other schools around that area, they are 100 years old. And when you compare as to how the infrastructure moving forward, given to it that we are having a very little of taxpayers right now in the country, how best can we keep on taking good care of our infrastructure? I asked a very simple question at Chairperson, but why didn't you paint? You are saying the school is dilapidated, yes, but you are having an SGB here, and the SGB need to deal with matters of governance. Why didn't you paint the school? Why have you left the school to be at this stage? Those are governance issues. And the new SGB was there, and they promised me that MEC, indeed, we will see to it that moving forward, we will implement whatever you are saying. Freedom Park fairly is a new school. I think we have handed that school in 2014. And around Freedom Park, because it is in Rustenburg, there is a Weir School Rustenburg, there is Technical Mangope, there is a Tlhabane Technical School. There are a number of schools, honestly, that are even more than 100 years than Freedom Park. Now, the issues that have been raised, I think we cannot actually try to contest, except to say, how best do we really understand when we say education is a societal issue And how effective can the SGBs be in our schools moving forward? That school is less than 15 years, if I may be honestly. However, I think Mr. Makwela have been there, and we have actually noticed what is been happening at Freedom Park as a secondary school, and has been left to a dilapidated structure that it is right now. I am raising all these schools because there are a number of schools around Rustenburg that are having many years. Many years. Matsukubiane Primary School is one of that. Sekete Secondary School is one of that. Tsukudu Secondary School is like that. Now it says, do we really want to understand what education is all about? It's an apex priority. And do we discharge as SGBs at the school site? What are we supposed to be doing? I think that is a question or a matter that will be discussed at another platform. Issues of infrastructure in the Northwest Province, we are having a table B5, and in most cases, if schools honestly needs an urgent attention, we will, in the Northwest Province, try to prioritize those schools than any other schools that are in the Table 5 document that we are having. So we are unfolding our Table 5 document in such a way that is quite convincing in the Northwest Province. We have built to this far number of schools given to it that we are having 1,489 schools. And out of this, we are having 1,078 primaries and 411 secondary schools. That is why maybe what is being brought before the Human Rights Commission is not amounting to 50 schools or more than 100 schools, because it is our intention as the Northwest Province, through the EIG grant, to continue to build, to renovate schools across the Northwest Province. You know, whenever I hear of issues of pit latrine toilets in the Northwest Province, I really get some goosebumps, because that is my first priority as to how best can we deal with pit latrine toilets in the Northwest Province. There is this a campaign within the President's office that is called Sanitation for All in Education. The Northwest Province is chairing that committee through the HOD, because we don't have pit latrine toilets. Some may be saying we are having pit latrine toilets for the following reasons: because I go to schools. I still see them there whilst we have built an acceptable sanitation in our schools. When you ask principals, even the SGBs, why are you not demolishing this structure? Some principals and SGBs said to me, we are using this for sanitary towels, etc. However, I have instructed the SGB that wherever there are still those pit latrines that are always putting us into a negative side, for this year, through the EIG grants, we must go throughout the province and demolish them ourselves, because the SGBs and school principals continue to keep those pit latrine toilets. Now, it gives people out there an impression that we are having pit latrine toilets in the Northwest Province. I remember in 2019-20, we had 146 backlog of pit latrine toilets. We managed, as the Department of Education in the Northwest Province, honestly, to build all these 146, so that everyone who is in our schools be dignified. So the reason why people may think we are having pit latrine toilets are solely what I've just raised for now, that some schools decide to keep them, including the SGBs. And I believe that whatever is being brought before the Human Rights Commission is going to be clarified through our presentation here today. We are not here to come and defend ourselves, but we hear and appreciate that at least for the first time in the Northwest Province, we are having people who fully understand what is the human rights. And I'm very happy, honestly, humbled by this gesture. And we managed to sit down with the Human Rights Commission, and we are talking about issues that are related, indeed, to what human right is all about. Giving to it that education is a basic right to our learners. I thank you.
We thank the MEC for that opportunity. We'll be giving the opportunity to the next speaker to come and give some introduction or overview of the department's work on this issue. Then thereafter, we're going to go to the second one and then the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to maybe acknowledge and appreciate the presence of our Honorable MEC, Mema P4 Matzimela, the Provincial Manager for SAHRC.
Sorry, ma'am. I don't think we are very audible to everyone in the building. And also, we are recording.
Okay.
We want to be sure about it.
Okay, I think having taken off the mask will make things better. I want to appreciate and acknowledge the presence of our Honorable MEC, Me Mapefo Wendy Matzimela. Also, again, my greetings to the Provincial Manager for Human Rights Commission, the CEO, other managers and officials from the institution, also all the stakeholders present here today, as were mentioned by the Provincial Manager in his opening remarks. I want to tender the apology for the Acting Administrator for Section 101B of the Constitution, Mr. MC Matthews. He was supposed to be here today, but due to competing departmental activities, he had to remain behind and ensure that some of the issues that he has to attend to as the administrator in the department are being attended to as a matter of extreme urgency. So I'm presenting here as the head of the Department for Education in the Northwest Province. I want to appreciate the opportunity given to us by the South African Human Rights Commission to come and present on the infrastructure delivery to our schools as well as the associated challenges. I also want to appreciate the fact that South African Human Rights Commission granted our request for extension for submission of our written and our oral responses. That is a great.
Sorry, sir. can come and assist.
Thank you very much. However, as the MEC has already indicated, I want to put it on record that during the first round of the hearings, the department was fully represented by a team, and we are aware of all the presentations that were made during the first round of the hearings, because the team that was led by Rentuane, Director Legal Services, did report to the department. As I've said, we have taken note of those presentations by the stakeholders and some of the schools that presented during those days in the early March. And the department has already started with some of the issues as raised. And I also want to clearly indicate that some of the issues that were raised, the department did not get them for the first time during the hearings. We were aware of such, and some of those, as the MEC has said, the department was the one that went all out just to make sure that we address all the challenges as we see them, as we are reported by our own officials on the ground, including our own school principals and the circuit managers. I also wanted to indicate that we have what we call Table B5, which is a long-term plan of the department. The projects that we are rolling out as a department are not only short-term projects, but some can be short-term, others can be long-term, extending over a period of 3 years. So some of the issues that are raised are already part of the projects that we are rolling out as the department. Also to indicate that the constitutional mandate of the Department of Education, especially a provincial department, is curriculum delivery. That is our core mandate. All other services that we are providing are secondary to curriculum delivery, just to ensure that teaching and learning takes place in a much more conducive conditions where learners and teachers are not perturbed by anything, and therefore the curriculum delivery will take place successfully. So all these other functions that you are performing are secondary, and they are support functions to curriculum delivery, which is our core mandate. Of course, in us delivering curriculum successfully, we need to ensure that certain basic things are available to our schools. Correct infrastructure, of course, being one of them. The infrastructure rollout in our schools is done through implementing agents, one of which is the Department of Public Works and Roads, others being IDT and DBSA. It is unfortunate that the Department of Education also finds itself being its own implementing agent with the limited resources and capacity at our disposal. Therefore, a number of challenges from previous dispensations to current are bedeviling the whole situation and are also interfering with the successful curriculum delivery in our schools. We spend much of our time, dealing with issues that are secondary to our core mandate than dealing with teaching, the actual teaching and learning in the classroom. However, we are not complaining, and we also are not trying to defend ourselves, but it must be very clear what we are supposed to be doing in our schools. We find ourselves having to deal with issues that are far beyond our area of competence. Protests and community unrest become the order of the day, to mention just but a few issues that are bedeviling our curriculum delivery in our schools. And the Department of Education is left to its own devices to fend for itself without any support against the destruction of the minimal resources that we have through vandalism, arson, theft, and other unwarranted acts denying learners of their basic right to education. MEC has given an example of some of our schools that were vandalized, others were banned due to some of the province that the Department of Education has got no control over or have no authority over. We find ourselves having to build schools from the beginning, and therefore, interfering with the very planning that we have in terms of table B5, because the learners will be at home not attending school. An example in question are the schools, Tsakobo, what's that? Kopela schools. We had to build schools from afresh. You can ask yourself, what will then happen to our plan? What will then happen to those schools that were on our list for that financial year, either for maintenance, either for renovation, either to build a new school from a particular community? So these are some of the acts that are hampering our proper provisioning of school infrastructure, and these are acts that are very far beyond our competence. And to this date, we are yet to be informed or to even get proof that these people who are performing these acts are brought to book. So we all find ourselves in that kind of a situation. Learners stay for a number of days at home without their basic right to education, without teaching and learning. We find ourselves having to provide what we call mobile classrooms, which are very, very expensive, just to ensure that the learners are to be taught. We find ourselves in some situations having to erect tents, just to ensure that learners get their basic right to education, they receive teaching and learning, because of all these acts that are beyond the competence of the Department of Education. So with COVID-19 that was there during 2020, we also find ourselves being unable to implement some of the projects that we had planned. By this, I want to impress upon the House that it then increased the number of the backlogs that we had as the Department of Education. I've already mentioned that some of these backlogs are inherited from the previous dispensations. Of course, some are the backlogs that have just happened in the current dispensation due to a number of factors, that some of which I have mentioned. As the Department of Education, we acknowledge that provisioning of adequate and suitable infrastructure in terms of the norms and standards is inadequate. We acknowledge that fact. And we also acknowledge that in some instances, there is some form of non-compliance in terms of the policy that regulates the provisioning of infrastructure in our schools. However, our presentation will deal with the status quo, and will also deal with the questions as raised or given as raised by the Human Rights Commission. And this presentation will be presented given the minimal resources, as I've mentioned, at our disposal, and I don't know now.
Mr. Pierce.
What's it?
Can I proceed? Thank you very much. I said we acknowledge the challenges in infrastructure delivery as presented by the various stakeholders, and we are here to also come and present our plans and how we'll be dealing with the challenges that are before us. But the major challenge that I would want to also hasten to put forward is the issue of capacity and the issue of some of the resources. But however, we will make sure that with the little that is at our disposal, we implement the policy on the norms and standards for school infrastructure. Some of the issues that are being raised, especially regarding inadequate funds for maintenance to our schools. We transfer funds in terms of what we have. We have policy that is guiding the Department of Education how to transfer funds to schools. This is done in terms of what we call Pelena allocation. However, we are acknowledging that the funds are very minimal, but it is because of the amount of funds that are being shared from the equitable share to the Department of Education. Generally, from the Department of Education, we have what we call education infrastructure grant. Basic Education Department nationally has revisited the framework in terms of this grant. Previously, in terms of maintenance, the ratio was 40 to 60, meaning that we can only use 40% of the funds for maintenance and 60 for building new infrastructure. However, with the serious, huge challenge in terms of maintenance in our schools that we are facing, this framework has been revisited, and from now going forward, the ratio will be 60 to 40, meaning that almost 60% of the grant will be used for maintenance in our schools. We cannot continue building many new schools when the existing ones we have inadequate funds to maintain them or even to renovate. This was done after a series of consultations with the stakeholders to say how best can we make sure that our schools are in good conditions and can provide the safety to our teachers and learners there. So we have revisited the framework in terms of the education infrastructure grant just to make provision for maintenance of schools. The high electricity bill in our schools. You know, we have on several occasions worked with the municipalities because more often than not, this problem arises from the poor billing system of many of our municipalities. So you find the schools paying huge electrical bills, not only electrical bills as well as water bills, but we are continuously engaging with our municipalities just to assist our schools to correct the bills that are being forwarded. In instances where a school is unable to pay due to the funds that are inadequate, the department comes in and we resolve that matter between us and the municipality. But the mentions where we are aware, we do intervene. Regarding the issue of the toilets, just to add on what the MEC has said, in areas where there are water challenges, the department goes an extra mile of drilling boreholes. But I want to emphasize that the issue of water provisioning as a basic service is the competence of the municipalities. We work together with the municipalities, but more often than not, we find our schools without water provisioning from the very institution of government which is supposed to do that. However, these are instances where we as the Department of Education go an extra mile and dig the boreholes to provide water to our schools. You find schools where we have built waterborne toilets or flushing toilets. Those toilets cannot be utilized because of lack of water. So in that instance, again, another measure that we use to assist the schools, we provide what we call VIP toilets. More often than not, communities and even our schools, cannot differentiate between a pit toilet and a VIP toilet. These are measures that we put in place where we have serious water shortages in communities, and therefore waterborne toilets or flushing toilets cannot be utilized even if they are provided to those schools. So I just wanted to quickly, but just in a summary form, to sort of respond to some of those few issues as raised by the provincial manager, some of which the MEC has already responded to. At this point in time, I will want to request Mr. Makwela, who is the Acting Chief Director for Infrastructure Delivery in the department, to come and present the plan for the department in terms of responding to the infrastructure challenges that are already existing, as well as our planning forward to eradicate some of these poors we have in our schools and therefore within our communities. Thank you very much, Program Director.
As it has been directed, colleagues will be having Mr. Makwela to present for us. I'll just inquire the back how we can connect you. But I'll have for them just for technical reasons.
Thank you, Chair. Let me reintroduce myself again. I am Shela Makwela. I'm the current Acting Chief Director, Infrastructure Department of Education. As infrastructure in the Department of Education, our mandate is to provide schools with conducive conducive learning environment through provision of functioning infrastructure. We currently procure services of implementing agent to assist us in rolling out infrastructure, particularly public works, as they were invited. We also contract the Development Bank of South Africa to assist us with the rollout, and IDT, Independent Development Trust, to assist us with delivery of this infrastructure project. And we also are implementing some of these projects ourselves. Chair, perhaps maybe let me just start by acknowledging the chair and the team from Human Rights, the Honorable MEC, the SG, the colleagues from Department of Education, and the stakeholders that are in this meeting today. Chair, the presentation will start by covering historic performance, to show what we've done in the last 4 years, how much was allocated to us through EIG, what did we buy with that amount of funds that were provided to us. But it will further show what are the processes that we go through to deliver a product on the ground. How long does it take us? What processes do we follow? How long do they take for us to be able to deliver the product on the ground? Both MEC, Honorable MEC and SG spoke about the Table B5. I will also talk about Table B5, the processes of getting these projects on Table B5, and what we also do when we have emergencies that require to get on Table B5. Then we will also talk about this financial year, the budget that we have this financial year, and the next financial year, and what are the plans that we have. Then we will also look at the specific questions that were raised by human rights commissions that we had to respond to. Chair, without thank you. Thank you. Chair, since from 2016 to 2021, the main appropriation, what was allocated to us through EIG, was 5 billion. And it was later adjusted, which is the adjusted appropriation, to 4.79 billion. And what has been spent in the last 4 years, and this chair, our audited results, was 4.6 billion of the original 5 billion that was allocated to us. And in terms of percentage, average percentage of that expenditure, 91% of that was spent. Chair, here what is marked in red also was, we also preempt that there would be questions that since it's common knowledge that the department lost some funds in 2018 and 2019, so we thought we should include it as part of the 5 billion that was allocated to us due to slow spending on our side. And mainly, Chair, if I have to indicate, this is when we started with Section 100, and some of the contracted service providers' contracts were terminated. As a result, it affected our long-term planning because some of those appointments were deemed irregular. Chair, in terms of what we bought with that 5 billion or the 4.7 billion, in terms of our performance, in terms of our target, we actually planned to work or attend 2,072 schools. In terms of actual schools that were attended to, in terms of our PPMs, we attended 2,133 schools. And Chair, basically these are the indicators in terms of what our plans, and this is covering the last 5 years. And Chair, if you actually look on the output for 2019, you can actually also see that we actually even exceed our performance on maintenance, and that was due to the fact that we had to make sure that the schools are covered in terms of water, in terms of security fencing, in terms of making sure that sanitation is functional, and where there was no, we had sanitation challenges, particularly maybe sanitation was out due to maintenance, we had to provide a temporary reprieve for sanitation. Chair, the next slide speaks about the intervention, and it's very important, Chair, as we go forward, that we are doing as the department. We are building new schools where there's a need, particularly in areas where there's overcrowding and there's new need in those areas. We are also doing replacement of schools. There are those schools, Chair, when you look at it, you cannot really go and maintain it. So you let it to go on to a point where then you can actually demolish it and replace it with a new school that is compliance in terms of norms and standard. And it's actually even cheaper to build a new school than repairing that school. Then, Chair, we also have a program in terms of upgrades and additions, where, Chair, in some of the schools we'll do improvement in schools, perhaps adding a computer lab, your computer lab, your recreational facilities, additional classrooms in those schools. Then we have refurbishment and rehabilitations. That's where we do our refurbishments, our maintenance, and rehabilitations of those schools. And the last one would be your maintenance and repair that we do at the district level, and to some extent at the school level through the SGB, SGBs. Chair, I think the SG also indicated the following point, that with the new guidelines of EIG, 60% going forward will be used for maintenance, and 40% will be used for anything that is other than maintenance, your new build, your replacement, and your upgrading. In Chair, what we also indicate on the next bullet is 10% is allocated to schools for minor maintenance, and that is in a control of schools and the SGBs to do those minor maintenance. MEC was talking about painting of schools. Those are minor things that have to be done by schools, replacement of windows, repairing ceilings that are falling, even repairing the toilets that are leaking at the school level before they get to a condition that they are non-functional and it's very expensive to maintain. So the diagram on the left-hand side just demonstrates how we obtain information. You know, we obtain the process is the information would come from schools, go to a second sub-district, district, and it gets to a province. However, sometimes information comes straight from school to the province, and that information is still accepted and get verified through the process in order for us to put the school in table B5. In terms of Giama, we are required to be on P3. If you look on the colorful column, that means we need to provide schools that are in reasonable condition and fully meeting operational requirement. Anything more than that, your P4 and P5, Chair, might be deemed as luxury. However, we are actually required to be on that level. And most of our schools, Chair, will fall on P4 and P5 because of changes in technology and all of that, and because they are primarily new schools moving with the new technology. However, this is where we are required, and mostly to be sustainable on that level of P3 based on Giama. You know, interventions that would make is those that I was talking about, your rehabilitation, making sure that we eliminate all the pit latrines. We do away with inadequate municipal services, your ablution blocks, your water and electricity, inappropriate material. Later in the presentation, we'll be talking about asbestos and storm damages. Our province is one of those provinces that is highly affected by storm damages. Every year we do know that between the month of October, November to the month of February, we are affected by a storm, and most of our schools are affected. As I indicated, we also do schools, build new schools and additions, and replacement of those schools that are unsafe, like Setswarapelo that is being mentioned in the commission. Chair, in terms of Table B5, it's a long-term plan, Chair. The process of getting project into Table B5, and I think this is what this slide is demonstrating, that once a Table B5 has been compiled, a proper process of procuring those services is using the procurement plan. However, what I'm trying to demonstrate in this slide is there are those urgent emergency things that we have to do, and those follow a particular process in order for us to put those into a system. All I'm trying to say is a table B5 is that when there's an emergency, we cannot attend to that emergencies. And there are also those ad hoc requests that we also put through the Table B5 following the process. And that would be your storm damage, because it's not something that you really plan to say, I will be having 35 storm damages this year. We might have a provision for that, particularly for those ones that we are aware of, but they would be new that are coming. I think, for instance, this year in November, December, if my figures are tend to be corrected, I think we were sitting on 60 or 70 storm damage that we experienced due to storm this year. This again is a process of how long it takes us to finally deliver a product on the ground, and particularly the new build and the replacement. We have the first year, once we receive information from the schools, from the district, or from to the province, we have what we call initiation and concept stage. Initiation is where we validate whether the project is really feasible. Can we proceed with doing that project? For instance, district will give us numbers justifying that there's a need for school. We would also do assessment at those schools justifying that we really need to demolish that school and replace it. And then it goes to a concept stage. Normally, as guided by also our FIPDIM, the process is supposed to take a year. However, because of the agencies that we have, we try to limit that process between 3 and 6 months to at least make sure that either the following on the year 2 we can actually, or even the same year, we can actually start with procurement of those services where applicable. Then based on this defined framework, year 2, we have to do design and documentation. That means that year is a year where we have to go out on tender, appoint a service provider, and perhaps even take service provider to site to ensure that the product is delivered. And year 3 is delivery. That year definitely then we have to make sure that the school is completed and is delivered sorry. Chair, these are not all, but these are the list of schools that were delivered, new or replacement schools since 2018. For instance, in Bujanala, we delivered 6 new schools. And Chair, this is not even inclusive of schools that we do rent with the mines. So it's actually more that we have, if you take those into account. I didn't cover them in this, I should have covered them. In Ngakamudiri Molema, we delivered 4 new schools. In Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, we delivered 2 new schools. In Dr. Ruth Sihumuti, we delivered 1 new school. Those are completely new schools. That is schools that were built on a green field. Then the schools that were replacement, those are still new schools. However, we demolished the school and then we built new schools. That's why hence we call them replacements. In Bujanala, there was 1 replacement school. In Ngakamudiri Molema, there was 1 replacement school. Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, 2, and in Dr. Ruth Sehumuti Mumpati, 2 replacement schools. As I indicated, Chair, these were those schools that were dilapidated, and some of them were not conforming to norms and standard, or they were inappropriate material. Chair, in my previous slides, I also indicated that we do upgrades and additions. In 2018, Chair, these are the schools that were delivered in terms of addition. 9 schools, Chair, in terms of their district and in terms of their scopes. Chair, I'm not sure if I'll have to go through all of them one, or perhaps I should just move, but the number of those schools that were done in 2018 is 9 schools that we attended to in terms of additions. And your schools will, your scopes will differ, Chair. For instance, if you take any of the schools, you look at Alabama, it was admin centers, it was your nutrition facilities, your sports facilities, even your laboratory that were added. If you look at Ngakamudiri Molema, it was an admin block, a 12-seat toilet block, a lab, and an NSNP block that was also built as an addition. So the next slide is also a continuation of those additions and upgrades that were done in 2018, which is up to number 20. Chair, I also need to indicate so that when stakeholders are there from Hamaloka, we've put Hamaloka here particularly because it was on our program for additions and upgrade. However, for that year, we provided them with 14 mobile, and this was particularly supposed to be a program for alternative method that was suspended, and there are plans to also do these additions in terms of our normal brick and mortar on that. I'm just mentioning it so that if the stakeholders out there should not say that nothing happened. We counted it because we did provide them with a temporary reprieve of 14 mobiles while we're busy procuring services to provide them with the upgrades that are required. These were the upgrades that were also done in 2020 that were completed in those districts. Chair, this is the schools that were maintained in 2018 and 2019. This program is happening at the district level. That means the districts go and give us a priority list. They do assessment of all those schools that require maintenance, and we provide them with funding to go and attend to these schools together with, in some other instances, they work directly even with the SGBs, where there's a need that, or there's a feeling that these activities can be implemented by the SGBs, and often money is transferred to the schools to do those interventions, or the payments are done through the districts of those service providers that are attending to those schools. And as also part of empowerment of the community, we strive to make sure that contractors that are working on this minor maintenance are the up-and-coming contractors, and we strive to make sure that they come within from that area. If we do, however, do not find anybody or any contractor within that area, then we expand the radius to make sure that we do not go outside the municipality to get a service provider to provide those services. Quite often, Chair, I need to indicate that if we do not do that, these programs are disturbed by your business forums and even the community, and we cannot get anything done in that front. So one way of making sure that we deal with that is making sure that communities within that area are provided an opportunity to provide the service. And in some areas, especially specialized in some other areas, we even went to an extent of trying to train them, making sure that they comply before they can actually compete for this contract, because otherwise if we do not, that do that, we do not get these things done, and by then the school require those kind of interventions. So this is still what happened. What happens at maintenance level, at the district level, and at the school level. This is what happened in 2019. 38 schools were among the schools that were attended, and in 2020, 14 schools were amongst those that were attended. I think this is the last slide on what was done in 2021. So the same is happening in terms of refurbishment and repairs. In 2018, these were the schools that were attended to. In 2018, 4 schools were done. Chair, I need to indicate that refurbishment and repair is also a huge program as compared to maintenance program. In 2019, 5 schools were amongst those that were done. And Chair, I must indicate that I'm highlighting those that we saw as ISO, those that were really very critical. And we've received the complaint, and we've also was also part of the assessment that was done by the department. Chair, this is a list for 2020, 22 schools were attended to. And in 2021, 15 schools also were attended. For the next, this financial year that is going to start in 2022, 2023, we are allocated as a department 2.4 billion, and 2.4 is actually inclusive of EPWP program that we have, and those EPWP personnel are also assisting us at the school level in terms of maintenance, and also in terms of the presidential program that is unfolding. So we are allocated 1.24 billion, Chair, and I'm going to demonstrate what we're going to do with it. In terms, earlier when I started, I spoke about the processes that we follow to get to a delivery point, and I mentioned initiation stage. So in terms of the budget that we have, this is a list of those projects that are on initiation stage. We have 18 of those schools that are on initiation stage. To note, some of them is Bladeville, Borrelelo Central, De Kroon, Delareyville, Enistabo, Hartebees English, both primary and secondary, Micha View, Goodwill, Kabalatsani, Kalatloe, Motelezi, Rekoneba, Potemoso, Tabompempe, Tlalefang. Chair, this is important that I mention them because these are those schools that are also ISO for us, that is part of our backlog and we have to attend to, so that the stakeholders can also take note in terms of those schools. And we have allocated 30 million for that initial process of initiation stage. Initiation stage, Chair, as I indicated, is that stage where we're collecting information in terms of those schools so that we can move to the next stage. Chair, we have schools that are already on the concept stage. That means those schools have passed the initiation stage. Chair, if you allow, I would also like to read them because they are critical in terms of the stakeholders. We have Buikutsong, which is already allocated even the budget for construction, which means the plan is to actually start construction of those that school. And I also need to indicate Buikutsong in particular, Chair, is one of those schools that became a priority last financial year. It was not initially in table B5, but because of a need, and an agent need, we had to make a provision to make sure that we include the school. And this school was temporary, and it is a new school, Chair. It was a need, it's not a replacement, it's a new school. We had to establish a school using mobiles temporarily while we're making plans to build the school. But Talerwa is one of the schools in Rustenburg, which is also one of the ISOs. and it's also at that stage where construction will start. This is one of the projects that is implemented by DBSA on our behalf. Bloemhof Primary School, Chair, is also allocated funding for implementation this financial year. Gautimi, Mogawani Moshwete, Morukweng, Opang Diatla, Pakisang, Retsegeditse, Reismeer Belt, Signal Hill, Stenghoed Boom, Shuping, Tlakajeng, and Valuvir Combined School. So those are schools that have passed the concept stage and are ready to move to the next stage in terms of your design, development, and documentation. Chair, these schools, Chair, I would also prefer to also go through them one, because these are new schools, and I'm sure stakeholders would also like to know what is the progress on that. Your Koster Secondary School, Chair, is one of those schools that are done by DBSA. That school is also under construction. Sois Reneke is also, Chair, a school that will be implemented this financial year. As a matter of fact, the procurement process is at advanced stage. Chaneng, Kolini Special School, Dirang Kanatla, Kahiso Barolong, Ketleng, Kosi Shope, Chair, is one of those schools that I saw that is also being on media platform. Lakeshore Intermediate, Chair, this would be the phase 4. We have completed the phase 3, which was the hostels. Moodville Secondary is at the final stages in terms of procurement of construction of the hostels and additional classroom. Chair, I also need to indicate Moodville is also one of those schools where we are eliminating asbestos infrastructure. Mukala Primary, Munchusi, Ramudingwana, Rekonebapu, which is our special school, also done by DBSA and Public Works, Relebuhile, and Tlakameng Primary Schools. These schools that are here, both from concept and from development, the intention and the plan of the department, Chair, you can also see the value of the budget on the far right. The plan is implementation should start this financial year. Some of them are already at procurement stages. Some of them are still going to go through procurement stages. Some of them are planned to last towards the end of the financial year, the last quarter of the financial year. For a simple school that would have a less budget, that would mean that we would actually start that school towards the end of the last quarter of the financial. So then we have those schools that are in works. Those that are in works, basically, our construction is already on the ground. The contractor is there, the school is being built. And those schools, Chair, and particularly, Chair, if you can follow me, I'm still on the new build or the replacement. We have Huhudi Extension. This project should finish by the end of April. We have Mamudibo High School. The school will finish also this coming financial year. Munnamere. We have Tulare High School, which is a 2-phase project. At the current moment, we're finishing the classrooms, and then the next phase would be building the hostels. We have Tihani Secondary School. We have Tlokwe. Those are schools in Dr. KK. We have Tlotlang Tuto and Trotsville Primary. Chair, perhaps I also need to also talk about Tlotlang Tuto. Tlotlang Tuto is also one of those schools that is construction is suspended on it. We started with alternative method on the schools. However, due to challenges that we faced, the school. The plan is to revert back to our brick and mortar on that school. So the next one is your schools that are at handover stage. Once you completed with the work, we get the practical completion, then we move to handover. And then this is a list of those schools that are at handover stage, 19. And once we're done with that, we at the final stage, that is a closing stage, where we also transfer these schools to public works in terms of section 42. And those are the 4 schools that we are in a process of transferring them to public works. And just, Chair, as a summary, 8 new schools are under construction. 4 schools projects are at closeout, and they are already occupied by learners, and 19 schools are at handover and they are occupied. Chair, what we try to do, especially with the new schools and replacement, once we reach the practical completion, then we can actually hand over or start using the school while we are attending to snack list and closing of the project. In some instances, Chair, especially on the replacement, we do take partial, where there's a need, we do partial handover so that some classes are cordoned off and can be used by the school while we're waiting to complete the whole school. Chair, again, with the budget that is allocated to us this financial year, we're doing 17 upgrades at the value of 24 million. And these projects are coming from last financial year. That means we will be completing them this financial year. We have some of them that are at the conceptual stage, and we have 34 that are at the initiation stage. Okay, if I'm to remind the Commission, upgrades is where we do, and addition is where we add additional classroom or we do some improvement to the school. So there's a continuation in terms of upgrades. This is a list of schools that are at the documentation stage. That means the designs are being finalized, and we should, in fact, documentation is where we finalize all the documents so that we can actually go out on tender. And we have 5 schools that are at that stage, and we have 29 schools that are also at design and development stage. And again, while we're still on addition and upgrades, we have schools that construction is on the ground. Chair, we have 35 of those schools that are under construction. Chair, I also need to mention that construction have challenges. You know, some of them, we get stuck. We have to go and unstuck them. Some of them, it takes time before they get unstuck because of challenges that are there, because of other investigations that we have to go through to get clearance. We can so that we can proceed. And I mentioned in that point, Chair, so that if stakeholders are here and say, but you know, for a simple school like Tebe, you've been intervening there a lot. You know, there are some of the reasons when there's challenges we cannot go back immediately and continue. For instance, if you look at Tebe, there were some investigations that we had to do before we can proceed with completing the works that are there. And you cannot do anything until those are completed. The same as those ones that are mentioned on alternative method, they are at the level where they are investigation at a high level of SIU and going through the courts. Until those are sorted out, our hands becomes tight. The only thing that we can do is reprieve in terms of providing them with mobile classes until those cases are sorted out. And then in terms of projects that we will be handing over, we have 19 of those still under upgrades and additions. Chair, we're still under upgrades and additions also. This is 20. I think this is the last one in 2020. In terms of those ones that will be closing out, we have 5 of those. The next one, Chair, will be our refurbishment and rehabilitation stage. We have 22 of those schools, and these are in different stages, Chair. I've summed them up here, but there are those ones that are at initiation stage and those that are at the concept stage. Chair, these are the projects that we are doing at the district level and even some of them at the school level, depending on the intensity of the project or the value of the project. Chair, I did not give the number of a project, but it's 51 million that is allocated to us. These projects are mostly less than 500,000. I think yesterday when we were doing our plan for this financial year, we can count up to 170 projects that would come out of this 51 million. These are those projects where we have to do, again, repairs of your sanitation, provide schools with boreholes, which is mainly augmentation, repair your ceilings, your window panes, your floors, to an extent that we also have to do the fence in those schools with this 51 million. Chair, also to mention that we're also doing your NSNP kitchens at that level, and we also have a program to do classrooms at that level, and also storm damages that are less than 500. If it's just only the toilets where we have the storm damage, then they are able to do it. If it's 1 or 2 classrooms, at the district level, we are able to do those. Chair, I also felt the need to, and I included this because of some of the questions that were asked by human rights, that we have what we call special programs. And I felt the need to also include them, also to indicate that we've allocated almost 300 million, 281 million for those programs. And those programs include your fencing for security purposes, your additions, and additions I'm particularly talking about additional classrooms and NSNP kitchens. I mean, in some of our schools, the conditions of our NSNP kitchens were not that desirable, to a point where we realized we have to programmatize it so that we can actually deal with it and close it. We have mobile classroom, Chair. You'll realize we didn't allocate budget for it because we're trying to do away with that, and that is also replaced by addition in terms of classrooms, additional classrooms that we will be building in our schools. However, we have it here where we have maintenance. We can try to move money around and challenges and provide schools with that. Then we have repairs, maintenance and repairs that I've already mentioned. In a nutshell, those special programs, Chair, is the elimination of inappropriate structures. That would be your asbestos. Chair, I've also mentioned condition assessment, and I also need to just indicate that we are actually behind in terms of doing that, so that, Chair, it gives us a better opportunity to plan for the next at least 10 years, because then we would be knowing each and every condition of our school, and we are able to respond to all the queries in terms of the condition, or when are we going to attend to this school, when we have a whole view of where we are or where we sit in terms of the conditions of all the schools. And then, as I've mentioned, Chair, additions is your classrooms and your NSNP kitchens. And where necessary, Chair, we do get requests for admin blocks, and for the halls, we do provide those under additions. Your security fencing, Chair, For the last 2 to 3 years, we rigorously went through to ensure that all our schools have some sort of a security fence. I think when I was looking at the backlog, I think we have less than 10 schools that we are attending to that require repairs in terms of the fence. However, we are providing better fences now, particularly what they call an invisible fence or a clear view, that it is at least vandal proof, and it can deter those people who want to access the school illegally. And the last one is the storm damages that I was referring to. And I also need, Chair, to admit that we might be behind. We are actually behind on some of the schools that should have received the program in terms of storm damages that we should have attended to. However, most of those schools are at the procurement stage. In fact, we've started taking contractors to site on some of those schools. Chair, some of the challenges that we are facing, not all, here, Chair, I felt the need to also provide the statistics, especially that impact on us in terms of overcrowding. Our schools are overcrowded, Chair, and that's why hence when we provide a reprieve for those schools, we provide mobiles to help us with overcrowded. However, some of the things that causes overcrowding, Chair, is the influx of learners from sub-Saharan Africa. You know, in terms of the stats that we have here, Chair, just for Bojanala, and this is learners, Chair, we have close to 8 million. In fact, we have close to 23,000 that comes through to those districts, both in independent and public school. Dr. Kenneth Kaunta, we have almost 9,000. Your Dr. Ruth, we have 2,000. Your Ngakamudiri Mulema, we have almost 9,000. In total, we have 43,000 of the learners that are also contributing to the overcrowding. Well, some of the challenges, Chair, is the rapid deterioration of our facilities, and I think that is one of those things that led to the commission. And as MECF mentioned, that it is all our responsibility to make sure that we do maintenance on these schools so that they follow a normal path of deterioration than leaving a school, not maintaining it, not doing the painting, not closing a crack when a crack starts to erupt, not fixing a tap when water is leaking. Minor things that get left out to a point where the whole school then start looking deteriorated. Chair, in I think it was in 2016, there was a program that was run through DBE called ASIDI, and that program was particularly to eliminate inappropriate structures. However, that program was designed to eliminate those schools that were fully built of inappropriate materials. That means the school should be fully built of your mud, or should be fully built of asbestos. And at that time, Chair, only 2 schools were with those conditions, and those schools were attended to. And the remaining schools that had asbestos, it might be a roof on the classrooms, it might be a roof on the toilet, it might, one block might be built completely of asbestos or inappropriate structure. That had to be done by the province using the EIG. Chair, to this effect, we've identified 108 schools that are still have asbestos. It might be a roof structure, it might be a block and mostly these schools are in the area of Dr. KK. We have, Chair, procured mobile classrooms so that we can take out learners out of those classrooms. And we've started with the process of appointing the consultant or the PSPs to assist us in terms of planning and assessment of those structures so that we plan properly. The plan, Chair, is to demolish them. That's why hence we're taking out learners out of those classrooms, and the delivery of those mobile classrooms is unfolding in those schools. And as I've mentioned, we also have Moodville as one of those schools that is there. We have Colini as also part of those schools. We have Onkopotitiro also as part of those. Those I'm referring to are actually hostels. Chair, the process of assessment is still continuing. We are also identifying all those workshops that were built out of asbestos or any other structure, and we have made them into a program with intention to make sure that they are eliminated in 2 to 3 years, financial years. This is some of the challenges that have been identified. Some of them are coming directly from schools. Some they followed the process. We have 644 of those requests or complaints or need that we have received that we need to address. And at the current moment, we do not really have sufficient budget to address those, Chair. However, we are at the point where we're also looking at equitable share to see if we cannot really get even from equitable share or any other means of making sure that we can actually attend to some of this. These are rated in terms of priority, in terms of our P3 that I also mentioned in terms of Giama. If it's still habitable, if we can at least still draw a bit of life in those infrastructure, if it's safe to still keep the learners in those schools. I think in terms of 30, okay, so that addresses the 30. Chair, there were specific questions that were asked by the Commission in terms of whether the department has received any complaint in the last 5 years relating to incident of injury or death of learner or schools, staff members caused by poor infrastructure, including but not limited to collapsed roof, unsafe pit latrine. Please provide number of complaints and the details as to how those complaints were handled and the outcome. Chair, our response to that is the department has not received any complaint in the past 5 years. Chair, I however have to put a disclaimer on this one that we've been communicating with legal just to make sure that those complaints that might be there, do they fall within the 5 years or they are outside 5 years. But to our knowledge at the current moment in time, we could not recall any of those incidents that were there. Chair, the other one was what steps can be taken to address the safety and security concern of an agent on an agent interim basis, and in the long term, which actors are best placed to take these steps? Chair, our answer in terms of that is that SAPS safety officers visit each school on quarterly basis and inspect the school for safety. The department also has provided schools with safety policies, and each school had to compile their own safety based on the examples provided by the department. The department has also a dedicated safety unit responsible for safety in schools. And each and every school governing body has safety and infrastructure committees that address the safety issues at schools in terms of safety and security. and is considered to be the best actors in terms of managing that. The department also has an ongoing dedicated program for erection of security fences and guard houses as part of security in the schools. There was also a question in terms of the role of the department, if any, in the implementation of laws, regulation, policies with regard to safety and security in schools with inadequate infrastructure. Our response is, according to SASA, South African School Act number 84 of 96, all schools are required to should have a school safety policy and safety committee to ensure that the safety of all learners and educators at school. That the department monitors and ensures the implementation of this policy as mandated by SASA, and the unit that is responsible for implementation and monitoring is the Institutional Governance Support Service, the IGSS. The other question that was asked was whether the department has a regular engagement with Department of Labor to address safety at schools in line with Occupational Health and Safety Act 85 of 1993. If so, please provide details. Our response to that is, from an infrastructure perspective, the department gets engaged with Department of Labor when a new project is launched on site to ensure that the contractor meets the safety, health, and environmental requirements as stipulated by the department. That the Department of Labor visits schools and compile report on health and safety issues and submit this report for attention to the department. However, Chair, it has, however, been a while since the department has received any report from the Department of Labor. Chair, one of the challenges that we have, and we have this challenge as a province, and not necessarily Department of Education only, we have the same challenge with Public Works, we have the same challenge in Department of Health, in terms of attracting specialists to come and work in our province. And mainly it's because our province is more rural. And Chair, I can give an indication that for the last 3 years, we've been struggling to get specialists to come and provide services in terms of infrastructure. And that is only in the Department of Education. However, we're feeling the impact because the Public Works is also, and apologies that I'm talking on their behalf, they're also impacted by the same shortage of specialists. IDT is also impacted, Department of Health is impacted, and that also tend to have an impact on us, especially on the projects that are implemented by Public Works. That's why we even went as further as going outside the province to seek services of Development Bank of South Africa in terms of that, and in also assisting us in procuring the services of those specialists. And by those specialists, I'm referring to your quantity surveyor, your civil engineers, your electrical, your mechanical, your architect. Chair, I have reached the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Director. Also extend our gratitude to the MEC and the HOD. We will have a few questions, but Mr. Kwababana has said that he requests a 10 minutes break, comfort break, or stretch break, and then after that we will have a few questions. As anticipated, some of them have already been addressed in your presentation. It's only those where we require further clarity that we still request your presence and answers to. Mr. Kwawan, I'm in your hands.
Okay, colleagues, I see my PM has decided to take over my job as the MC. Yes, colleagues, as for us to stick to our normal program, and also that as we have been advised, the Department of Public Works will not be coming to make presentations. So the Human Rights Commission, the panel, will have enough time to proceed until when they are finished with their questionings. I will not be part of the panel this time around. I'm on another job. So colleagues, we can come back at, I believe, 11:30, then we'll proceed. What's the time now? Quarter past. Yes, 25 past. Then we'll proceed with the questionings from the panel. Thank you. Hmm? Colleagues, sorry, colleagues. Hmm? Sorry, colleagues. Colleagues at the back, can you please start now? The time is. Okay, colleagues, now we are back for the part of the session which will be addressed by the South African Human Rights Commission. I'll be asking my professional manager to relate to the Department of Education as to who's going to come and answer the questions which will be asked just now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwababana. So, Chief Director, are you the one taking the questions? Where do you prefer to sit? You prefer to sit there. All right. We'll ask the colleagues to make available the microphone.
One, two.
Okay, colleague, I think the logistical problems is that we are recording there. So the situation whereby the other colleagues will be that side is not going to assist with the cameraman. Hence, we were pleading for your office, whether one by one or in groups, so they can be this side. So the persons who are recording can capture your faces and everything. Thank you. For ease of movement, we can just take chairs, perhaps, rather than the up and down.
There is a number of questions, sir. It's not going to work that way. It's impractical to do that. We request to engage, to ask questions and get answers so that we move, we seek clarity. It can't be a streamline of questions and then answers in the end.
Come again? There's only two. They will exchange this one. Okay. Don't touch my things, please. I'm begging you, don't touch my things. Please don't do it.
Thank you, colleagues. By one way of opening, Ms. Lutuli made submissions in her introductory remarks during the first leg of the inquiry that the complaints date back to 2018 and correspondence had been addressed to the department. However, there were no responses, and the complainants testified.
Kindly further clarify who's Miss Lituli. Maybe she's one of the SGBs or the school principal.
Ms. Lutuli is the senior legal officer in the South African Human Rights Commission, sitting there. And the complainants, when asked about the delays in the investigation of their complaints, talked about the prejudice suffered when these complaints were not getting finalized. Can we get an indication from the department as to what is or what leads especially to those complaints where allegations letters had been sent? What leads to the delays in responses being furnished?
Kindly further clarify to us what are those allegations?
The allegations have been stated, including in the request for the department to appear, that there are infrastructure challenges in the named schools, and the information was also furnished to the department. And it's really an open question about investigations that are underway where we have not received responses in relation to school infrastructure.
Thank you. I think the question is not very clear. It is just too broad and general, unless we deal with the specifics.
Yes.
And in terms of dealing with the specifics, we would want to have those specifics submitted to us, and we be allocated time to respond to such specifics. A broad question such as this one really it's a very difficult one to respond to. Thank you.
Perhaps Ms. Lutuli can assist. Do you have the file which has all the letters? Please bear with me. Perhaps I can also, while they are looking for the letters, make mention to, or make reference to the letter dated 20 April 2021, addressed for attention of Mr. Ntwane, where we cite that investigation in respect of matters relating to inadequate infrastructure in public schools in the Northwest Province. References made to the above. Over the past few years, the Commission has received numerous complaints. Many of these complaints relate particularly to inadequate infrastructure in public schools and lack of proper sanitation, which adversely affects the rights of the learners, teachers, and members of the public. Commission sent numerous letters to the department requesting that urgent steps be taken to redress the systemic human rights violations. We have unfortunately been informed during our engagement with some school principals and educators that these challenges have not been resolved by the department. And then the letter goes on to talk about Boitumelo Primary School, allegations of lack of proper sanitation, Setswarapilo, allegations of deteriorating buildings, Sitlahule Primary School, allegations of deteriorating buildings, lack of proper sanitation, overcrowding in classrooms, Hosi Shope Secondary School, allegations of deteriorating buildings, lack of proper sanitation, overcrowding in classrooms, Promoza, allegations of asbestos roofing. So, and these are the allegations letters addressed in respect of each matter.
Thank you very much. Maybe in terms of the response to the delays, we need to be afforded an opportunity to revisit the correspondences, if there are any, between the department and the Human Rights Commission. But in terms of the listed schools here that have, allegedly complained to the Human Rights Commission, I'm sure our presentation spoke to what at the department at this point in time we are doing with regard to all these schools. These schools, if you can revisit our presentation, they are all being catered for. They are at various stages in terms of our provisioning or our response to the issues that were raised in terms of those schools. If need be, maybe the acting chief director infrastructure here can still go back now to his presentation to reiterate what is it that is being done regarding these schools with Tumelo, Swarapelo, Slahole, Khosi Shope, and Promoza. They were part of the presentation that we have made. But if need be, if we are required to go back to the presentation and restate our response to the issues raised about these schools, yes, we can do that. Remakwela, if you can just quickly speak to what we are doing regarding these schools.
Thank you, SG. Through you, Chair. Chair, on my presentation, I covered the issue of Khosi Shope. I indicated that the project is implemented on our behalf by DBSA. I indicated it is at the level of procurement of the contractor. As a matter of fact, we were actually, DBSA was disturbed by that letter from National Treasury that stopped all the advertisement in terms of construction projects. So this is in plan and it's at the point of implementation, Khosi Shope. As I indicated, it's implemented by Public Works and it is a new school replacement, demolishing and replacement. Setswarapelo, as also the MEC iterated here, we have procured the services of the engineers to assist us with the design and development of the school. The school, as a temporary reprieve, have been allocated mobiles that they are using. As a matter of fact, they even requested additional 2 mobiles that are being delivered to the school as reprieve. On my presentation, I also showed that they've been allocated funding for this financial year so that we can proceed with the construction of additional classrooms at Khosi Shope. Tumelo has been on the program. The sanitation program was run by Public Works. I am aware that the sanitation was completed. However, there were challenges with the challenge of water as far as Tumelo is concerned. I have my colleagues here. I'll quickly verify if the issue of water was sorted out. However, they have received sanitation. There were minor challenges in terms of water at Tumelo and water relate to sanitation. Promoza We've also indicated we've provided them with mobiles. We are demolishing in a process to demolish the asbestos classrooms so that we can replace them with appropriate roofs or appropriate classroom. Did I cover?
I think so. I think so. You have covered almost everything. However, let me put a rider on all the schools that are before us, because at least there is no change, honestly, as far as the first leg is concerned and this today meeting is concerned. You still refer to the same schools that have been raised at that stage. And our presentation and all our intentions since 2020, 19, 18, given our table B5, all those schools have been there for a renovation, number one. Number two, for a full replacement. Number three, for extension. So the matters that are before us, honestly, cannot be referred to as issues that have been ignored by the Department of Education. To a larger extent, maybe the department not observing that education is a right, and also that we need to implement the curriculum under a conducive environment. I'm happy also that at least this is having a background that I know very well about the schools that are before the Human Rights Commission. I remember in 2020, after struggling with the reopening of the schools, Sechwara Pelu and Khosi Shupi were the two schools that emerged sharply about the infrastructure. And when I sit down with the departmental officials, particularly the HOD and the administrator then, they indeed presented the table B5 before me, and we took a decision that let us prioritize the schools. And earlier, whilst giving a brief overview of what education is all about, I related a matter around Sechwara Pelu, because even if the Human Rights Commission can go there and verify themselves, there are blocks that need governance. Simply the school governing body to sit in a meeting and take a decision to buy paints and simply paint that school. In most cases, the engineers that we are having within the Department of Education, before we can demolish, before we can do any other thing, they will go out there and verify the infrastructural integrity of each and every school that we are having. They will come back with a report and say, indeed, MEC, that school need a replacement, or we need to renovate by demolishing that block and bring the new one. So I think, like the HOD have said, there are a number of issues that need specifics, though the specifics manage to come out when you start to read the letter that is being written to the department. So I think you are addressing the issue that the department honestly know, and further having an intention to correct the situation. It doesn't really say teaching and learning is not taking place in those schools. We have mitigated the situation. Number one, at Sechwara Pelu, we have to take learners to a neighboring school, and indeed they had to go back once we have procured those mobile classes. Doesn't really say we folded our arms and not doing anything, honestly. given the background of Sechwarapelo. Thanks.
Thank you. We have noted the presentation, both the copy presented to us and the oral presentation, the update. Question really, I suppose it gets answered by what you've said, HOD, that perhaps you'd want to go back and verify, because it really relates to cooperation with the investigations, where we say we've addressed letters and there were no responses. And I understand your answer to be you'd want the benefit of going back to verify if indeed the letters were addressed, and you'll then be in a position to provide a response. Thank you. I see you nodding. Trying to understand, it has been covered by the presentation, but I'd like to expand on the role, mandate of the Department of Education in the Northwest in relation to public school infrastructure, versus that one by the implementing agents, such as those that have been mentioned in your presentation, Chief Director, the Department of Public Works, DBSA, IDT, and school governing bodies who have been mentioned in the presentations. The role of each, because in our discussion with perhaps some context to that question, when we talked to the Department of Department of Labor about safety in the workplace, they said it is the duty of the Department of Education as the employer to ensure a safe working environment. They were really talking as if maybe they have a very limited role. And Public Works has also said it is the Department of Education. But now we understand that there's a role played by the other entities. Trying to understand what is the role of that, who is the primary duty bearer insofar as public school infrastructure is concerned, and then the role played by the other entities that I've mentioned. Thank you.
Michael.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I did mention when I started the presentation that we contract services of DBSA, Public Works, IDT, and we're also implementing the project ourselves. Chair, if you look at the way we are structured in such a way that Public Works is supposed to be implementing agent of choice. Is it of choice? So which means all our projects are supposed to go to Public Works to implement. However, with the challenges that Public Works have in terms of delivery of this project, the department had no option but to also get services from your DBSA, your IDT, and to even implement the projects ourselves as the department. So their role really is implementing agent. We'll do the planning. After we're done with the planning, we will provide them with an IPIP, that is a planning document. Then they take our IPIP, translate it to deliverables with the timelines and the costing and everything that would say this is when they can deliver the schools. And then from there, we have to do the oversight to ensure that they do what they said they will be able to do. However, as I mentioned, I think the scope is too big for Public Works. That's one. Two, the issue of personnel that I also mentioned in terms of capacity. then the department had no option but to also look at the DBSA as an implementing agent, playing the same role that is played by Public Works, IDT also to assist in implementation, and ourselves implementing those projects that we have capacity to implement. But if you look at overall, Chair, our responsibility as the department, and the HOD will correct me, is to make sure that we provide conducive environment in terms of the school, the safe school, in terms of the infrastructure. However, we need our partners like Public Works to help us achieve that.
Thank you, sir. And the budget lies with the Department of Education.
The budget lies with the Department of Education.
The duty of school governing bodies, particularly a follow-up from what the MEC mentioned, including instructions given to the Promoza SGP, with a qualifier that would an SGP have the powers to demolish a asbestos structure, and is that process not then governed by the asbestos abatement regulations, which talk of a lot of regulation, including the involvement of the Department of Labor in such matters? Or it's still within the competence of the SGP to do that?
Thank you very much. The SGBs, in terms of Section 20 and 21 of the South African Schools Act, is empowered, to be responsible for even the school buildings. However, the SGBs might not have the capacity to can do that kind of a job, even at our level as the Department of Education. As far as asbestos demolition or dealing with asbestos is concerned, we do not have that capacity. That is why in his presentation, Mr. Makwela has referred to the fact that the department has already acquired the services of those contractors or companies with requisite skills and competencies to be able to deal with the demolition of the asbestos structures. They do have the power in terms of the act, however, the capacity in terms of dealing with the asbestos and competency, honestly, it cannot be them. Even the Department of Education at our level, we do have some of these professionals, however, being inadequate, but we cannot deal with asbestos. There are laws and regulations on how to deal with an asbestos structure. That is why we have procured the services of the right people who are legally capable of demolishing an asbestos structure. But what we have done so far, after identifying an asbestos structure, we cordon it off and then provide temporary relief in terms of mobile classrooms until processes are being exhausted in terms of having those contractors on the ground and doing with the job of demolishing asbestos. We can't do it, SGBs can't do it, only those that are professionally qualified and competent enough are the ones that will do so. And we are procuring such services. Thank you very much.
I think I must make an addition on this. To relate a matter to the SGB to deal with a particular situation in a school, simply you are saying, go and sit down and take a decision that would then inform the Department of Education to act on the basis of what you have agreed upon at that level as the SGB. Hence, I have said in that meeting, let us demolish. Number two, let us contain the entire area. And that is what we have done. Now, given that, it must be properly written down as a decision of the SGB. Remember, the SGBs are fully empowered or trained after being elected by the Department of Education as to what to handle to do as and when. What is important is their meetings. They are quite critical. Their functionality to the Department of Education is quite crucial, because we cannot function without the SGBs that are not functional at all in our schools.
Yes, thank you. There are 108 schools, I understand they've been cordoned off. Promoza testified that there are breaches and further damage to the structure resulting in asbestos fibers or people being in contact with the broken asbestos structures. Have you received a report in respect of Promoza relating to that, or any other school where even after the cordoning off, there was still interruption of the structure resulting in asbestos fibers, people being in close contact with asbestos? And the last part of the question, if such is to happen, what are the risks associated with that, where people are exposed to interrupted or damaged asbestos structures? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yeah, in terms of Promoza, I am not aware of any broken breaches. I am aware that there's asbestos. I'm not aware in terms of breaches that they've started broken down. However, I've indicated, and perhaps maybe in terms of our prioritization, in terms of the services that we are acquiring on the specialist, perhaps Promoza should be on top of the list based on the report that I'm getting now from the Commission of the cracked bridges at Promoza. In terms of the implications, Chair, I understand that the fibers from your asbestos can actually be dangerous in terms of a human health, Chair. However, I need to concede, Chair, I have not received a report particularly that says there's cracks on the asbestos at Promoza.
I think we seated here, the three of us know the school very well, very well. Like I've said earlier, I'm not an office-based MEC. I'm always on the ground. I know the schools across the province. Therefore, I have never, even from the outgoing SGB, that MEC, let us try and approach this issue by the following. Remember, when I am at schools, I speak more closely to the SGBs as governors at that level than the SMT or any other teacher. But there has nothing, even in those meetings. I think I've been to Promoza more than once. If there is one school that I'm visiting more than once, I have visited more than once in Dr. KK, is this school, with all its challenges, that will even have a bearing to teaching and learning. Now, they have never raised the previous SGB and the SGBs that have been there before 2019, because I was still an MEC of Education. They've never raised any other matter relating to the question that you are raising before us. But what is important is the SGB as to how do they sit, take a decision. I want also us to note that SGBs are a target within the department to be achieved. That is why earlier I've said their functionality is quite critical to all of us. I don't know if we have once taken the powers of the SGB at this school. We haven't, because in most cases we are being empowered by the Act. If the SGB is not functional as such, we need to do the following. But what you have been raising around all these issues, it will be us, myself in particular, going to the school and further recommending what need to be done at that level of the school, including teachers who are not producing what we are expecting through the learners. The intervention in most cases comes from us at this level of the Department of Education, be it at the circuit, be it at the district and at the province. But any other matter relating to what they have raised, it has never come before the HOD through writing or what, unless maybe you have that kind of a letter in your office. Thanks.
What is, again, touched a bit on this, I'd like to expand to understanding of the duty of the Department of Education in providing a safe working environment to its employees and also to the learners. And we mentioned in our opening that courts have found or held that school infrastructure is an integral part of the right to education. Courts have also pronounced that the right to basic education is immediately realizable without the qualifications that apply in respect of other socio-economic rights that would say progressively realize within available resources. So with that context, we're trying to understand in its handling of these matters relating to a safe working environment, school infrastructure broadly, is the department adopting a position that things will be done based on available resources, or there is an acknowledgement that this right, unlike other socio-economic rights, is immediately realizable and not subject to those qualifiers?
Claire, I'll come after you. Thank you for the question. In as much as the department is committed in providing a safe working environment as well as conducive environment for teaching and learning, it is very much unfortunate that all this can be provided within the limited resources available to the Department of Education, including amongst others the funding that we have. However, the Department of Education does go an extra mile in terms of mobilizing the resources outside government so as to provide the well-required and well-deserved resources in terms of providing safety for all our learners and our teachers. I'll quote for an example. More often than not, we go on a rent-to-rent basis with the mining houses in the province to provide adequate infrastructure, quality infrastructure that is conducive for teaching and learning. In many of our villages and townships, especially around Bujanal, we've built many schools with our other stakeholders such as the mining houses. So this is an extra mile that we are going to ensure that our kids, our learners are learning in a conducive environment, not only the learners, but adequate and resources are also provided to the teachers. We've built quite a number of schools which are also part of the presentations that we have made. Not only our working relationship with the mining houses, we also work with other government institutions and other departments to provide resources that we so require, given the limited resources that we have. For example, we are also partnering with the Department of Labor in terms of school furniture provisioning have partnered with them because when we deliver school furniture through the Department of Labor, we are spending less money than when we dealing with when we procure externally with other service providers that can give us that school furniture. I can mention quite a number of interventions that we have made as the Department of Education over and above the limited resources that we have. Now, still on the question of safety in our schools, we also partnering with the Department of Health. Safety measures is not only about infrastructure. You can provide, a good infrastructure, but with these other matters like the social ills or socio-economic factors that are out there, we cannot really guarantee the safety of our schools and that. Over and above the safety policy that we encourage schools, we do not only encourage, but it is mandatory also in terms of the act that governs the schools. We ensure that each and every schools have got these measures in place. However, what I have realized is that we need to strengthen our monitoring of the implementation of structures such as this one, especially through the governance structure of our schools, which is the SGB, because we does have these things, but the implementation thereof becomes problematic. Now, we not only, doing all that, we also, as Mr. Makwala has said in his presentation, we are going to be having this that we call condition assessment of all our schools. By a condition assessment, we mean that we must have a desktop that has got all our schools in the province. And in that desktop, we'll be able to know what is school A, school number 1. These are the needs. This is the status of the school at this province at this point in time. This is what is required to be done. And this assessment will then inform our planning, which is the table B5. We'll be knowing that intervention at this school is required urgently. This one can be a short-term project. This one, yes, intervention is required, but it can be a medium-term project. This one will be a long-term project. So we're doing this because we've got interest of our children and our teachers at heart, so that as and when we are there, we know exactly what's happening in our schools and not get information when schools are complaining. We should be having that information, and that is the information that will assist us in terms of planning and in terms of intervening with all the problems that we are having in our schools. Also in terms of safety in our schools, I've said we're working with other sister departments. We are having a good relationship with the South African Police Services. South African Police Services has offered what they call school safety officers. These are police men and women that are allocated to a certain number of schools. A school principal or management team will know that in terms of this problem, if we have it, this is the policeman or policewoman we are required to approach, and the matter is resolved speedily. And not only with the Department, South African Police Services, we also working with the Department of Social Development. There are quite a number of social ills that are out there. Remember, earlier I spoke about vandalism in our schools, I spoke about theft in our schools, I spoke about a host of many other acts that impede even the little progress that we have done in our schools in our quest to better the conditions of our schools for teaching and learning. So we can't do this alone. That one we accept. We really cannot do that. MEC has said, I mean, as the Department of Education, we need to be working together with all partners and stakeholders with interest in education so that we improve the conditions of our schools going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the HOD have touched on a number of issues, honestly. In relation to the question you have presented before us as to what is our duty of the department in line with safety across to both our employees and our learners. I cannot overemphasize the facts because she has managed to touch on this issue that is quite critical, that education is a societal issue. Now, all other departments that are working with us, honestly, they are reflecting to it, even a certain business that is working with us is reflecting to what this is all about. And in most cases, it's quite disappointing, honestly, to find teachers, learners being attacked in our schools by people that we know in communities. Young girls being raped in our schools by people that we know in our communities. I just wish one day we could find people who can articulate this issue of safety as a right, honestly, that may protect those vulnerable young girls in our schools, etc. So safer communities, honestly, have for safer schools across the country. Once the community is safe, you start to see by its learners be more safer than the communities that we know. There are lots of social ills. Men are stabbing women. Men are beating females. Learners in our schools are the image of the communities. So once we see learners in our schools starting to behave like that, easily we can pick that. You are laughing, and that's very serious. I'm touching on the issue of GBV. You are laughing because it's normal to some of us. So those are the issues that are happening in our communities. But what is important, ours as the Department of Education, is to see to it that the environment is much more safer to both our learners and our teachers, and also everyone who is within the environment of our schools. That is why I said, I think the HOD have expanded upon the question that you have raised earlier.
Thank you. MEC and HOD, I can assure you that the Human Rights Commission does look at human rights holistically. But the scope of this inquiry is on school infrastructure. That is not to say the other issues are not important. I thought I should specify that the scope really on this is school infrastructure. And the 108 schools addressed in the presentation, Chief Director, you specified, you called it PSP. If you can, just for our understanding what that means, and the turnaround time. What is the plan? By when is the department intending to completely eradicate asbestos in schools?
Thank you, Chair. The PSP we're referring to professional service providers. Mostly it would be your specialists that are dealing specifically with. That would be people that are specifically dealing with asbestos. Then the team also composed of civil engineers, your architects, and your quantity surveyors, because they still have to do the assessment of the building to ensure whether it is asbestos, because some of them is actually cement. But if you're not a specialist, you look at it, you might think this is asbestos. We have obtained a database from Department of Labor that provides us with a specialist particularly for the asbestos that we're going to use to procure services of people that are particularly dealing with asbestos. We're procuring the services of PSPs that would assist us with planning. Those are the architects that I'm talking about, your quantity surveyor, your structural surveyors that will assist us. The program is starting the next financial year. In fact, it started this financial year because we're providing them with mobiles now, and assessment have started. And the plan is to at least complete in the next 2 years to complete the program. However, the focus for this financial year that is coming is the classrooms. If we could try to eliminate all the classrooms that are asbestos, and even some of the toilets that have asbestos roofs. And then we expand the scope to your workshops and other buildings that would have asbestos. But the primary focus for the next financial year is those classrooms that have been identified with those challenges.
Just to, for recordal purposes and certainty, have the PSPs been appointed already, or after receiving the list, you will then engage in the procurement processes?
The current moment, we have not appointed the full scope of PSPs. We have appointed the PSP who's doing assessment. However, we still need to procure the whole team that would comprise of all the specialists. We have not appointed the specialist for the asbestos. We have received the database. We're going to use that database from labor because we do not have them on our database. We have received the database through DBE from labor that we're going to use to procure services of asbestos. And by the way, it is called specialized, and the issue there is actually disposal. What they do when they get on the ground, they train people on the ground, they provide them the right clothing or the right PPEs to remove those things. But the most critical part is the disposal of those asbestos. That actually even coined the definition for specialists in terms of asbestos. Yes, we have a database and we will be using that database to procure. However, at the current moment, we have appointed one specialist who's doing assessment, and he is not enough. That's why we want the whole team so that we get a full picture at the end of the day.
Thank you. Currently, the 108 schools, are these structures cordoned off, all of them, or there are those that are still being in use and you'll prioritize them? We're trying to get to the technicalities of that submission.
They are not all cordoned off. As soon as they receive the mobile, we cordon them off. Then the learners move to the mobiles. I cannot give you exact figure in terms of how many, but the process of delivering is in motion. I cannot give you a figure right now, but it's a figure that we can later relate to the Commission, how many mobiles have been delivered and how many have been cordoned off.
Thank you. You anticipated my next question. We will appreciate the submissions in that regard. Obviously, in your presentation, you've demonstrated awareness about infrastructure challenges, and some are even included under various schemes, whether it's renovation, upgrade, and new. How widespread is the problem of infrastructure challenges? MBC talked about more than 1,000 schools in the province. How widespread? Do you have an audit of what the picture looks like provincially?
Yeah, Chair. I wouldn't say uncertainty, Chair. That's why, hence, we have to do condition assessment. That condition assessment would actually give us a view in terms of how prevalent or how give us an indication in terms of what conditions, what are the conditions. And we will be starting with that process. In fact, the plan was to appoint last financial year. However, we were unable to find suitable providers for the condition assessment. It is a legal requirement that we need to do every 5 years. And we are actually on our 5th year. We should have started doing that to give an overview in terms. And out of that, we are able to draw the backlog. We are able to be able to indicate the prevalence or the average age of any school in the province and what is it that we can do in terms of planning. So I am unable to really give the indication at the current moment, Chair.
Thank you. But the process will be undertaken in the next financial year.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, just to indicate that CSIR will be part of assisting us with that process of condition assessment.
Thank you. How does the department become aware of these challenges? Is it only through SGB or its own inspections? How do you become aware of these challenges, and what processes are followed to even compile the Table B5 with the prioritization of the schools that require upgrade?
Can you refrain just to the page? Why can't we just put that thing here and reflect it there?
Certainly we can ask to be supported with that. Could you please, the projector please, thank you.
Yeah, Chair, while he's putting the presenter, as I indicated on the presentation, the process flow in terms of how the information gets to us. I also need to emphasize the fact that condition assessment is actually a very important thing for us to undergo, because that gives us an overall picture at the end of the day. That's why it is actually a legal requirement. And after every 5 years, we actually have to do that. That is one way of us going physically to schools without receiving even reports from them, just to go and verify the condition of the schools. Now you're on my pictures. So, Chair, yeah, I really have to overemphasize that our main tool is actually condition assessment, the legal tool that have to provide those answers in terms of the condition of the schools and also planning. Yeah. Chair, information would flow from the school. As it was indicated to the Commission that some of the schools have indicated that they've been writing letters, and it would go to the circuit, and from the circuit it would go to sub-district, then it would go to district and come to the province. However, information sometimes comes directly from school to the province. We still accept that information. What we do, we filter it down to circuit to verify the information. What we would also do, if it's something that we were not aware of, we will discharge a team of specialists to go and do an assessment. They will bring a report. We will assess the report. Then we will then follow the process of including it in Table B5 to make sure that the school can be attended to.
Yes.
But information can come from everywhere, Chair. It can come from school directly to the province, or it can follow the process, or it can come from your sub-district directly to the province. But as I indicated, the legal tool that we have to use is the condition assessment, because it gives us a long-term planning. We are able to identify backlogs. we are able to plan for each and every school based on that.
Thank you. Would your processes allow for members of the public to raise concerns, to complain directly to the department about conditions in school infrastructure?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, of course. Remember, the school governing bodies are representing the community from which they come from. And therefore, members of that particular community can raise their concerns through the school governing bodies. And then that complaint will reach us. But obviously, the school governing bodies must be able to pick up such. And then, as is constitutional in our country, any member can contact the department directly or indirectly in terms of any grievance regarding school infrastructure. We are open to such. And as Mr. Makwela has said, once a complaint has been received, the department will then send a team of experts, works inspectors, for example, to go and assess the extent of the complaint as far as infrastructure is concerned. We do welcome every complaint from every corner. We can't close them out. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a principal. I was trying to frantically look through my notes, but that was diverting my attention. Who mentioned I wanted the specific name of the report, that there's a performance and assessment report, something like that, that is sent annually to the department by the principal, where they make reference to school infrastructure and conditions. What does the department receive that information, and what processes are followed? Because it's more of a proactive way, the way it was explained, of channeling the information to the department.
Yeah, the principal is referring to a monitoring tool that is used by circuit manager and any other departmental official who is monitoring a school or is visiting a school. There is that template predetermined, and in that one there's an allocation to comment on this infrastructure of a school. That being the case, all tools are then given to the district that then consolidate in terms of all the aspects of the tool, and then the relevant managers at that level will then interact. In this illustration which is on the screen there are certain issues of school infrastructure that the school itself can deal with in terms of the 10% infrastructure allocation that we transfer to schools. As MEC has said, like the window panes, the falling ceilings and stuff. There are other items that can be dealt with by the district in terms of their allocation as well, in terms of their delegations and the threshold. So when the district gets that tool, analyzing it, those that fall within their area of delegation, they will then deal with them. They will make their own list, they will prioritize them and deal with such. Those that are above their area of delegation will then be consolidated and referred to a head office for inclusion in the table B5 if they are long-term or short-term or medium-term. So that is the instrument that the principal is talking about. So they are being attended to, they are being consolidated. Over and above that, when schools reopen, a number of stakeholders are allowed to visit our schools to monitor school reopening. There is again a specific instrument that people who are monitoring reopening of schools will use. Part of that will be infrastructure, part of that will be textbook, whatever. But because we are here for infrastructure, we'll then talk about infrastructure. Those instruments, when they come back to the department, they then get consolidated, analyzed, and then at the level of head office, we'll then distribute per district to say, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, these are your schools, these are the issues that have been raised. These ones you can deal with, these ones will then be referred to head office, Mr. Makwala, because they'll be above their scope of work. So that is the instrument that the principal is talking about. And that instrument as well also gets into the planning cycle as explained by Mr. Makwela and the table B5 that you're talking about. We consider all such things. So that is the one.
Thank you.
I think the HOD is correct in terms of the tools that you are having within the system in the province. And this will further suggest as to whether schools, because the only thing that will make schools aware that there may be a need for an infrastructure is when the schools are going for a Bosperat, talk openly about how best can they improve their school. And that indeed will be consolidated, and thereafter we will further receive it at the level of the province. And if it is a ceiling, honestly, the school must actually be in a position to buy a panel for a ceiling to be repaired. If it is, for instance, a patch on the floor, the school have got the capacity, honestly, to buy a bag of sand to fill in that, so that we can be able to deal with major renovations and also major infrastructural issues that are in front of us. But schools, through their Bosperats, like many other schools, most of the schools have improved, honestly, around the issues that relate to their Bosperats and what is needed by that school at that particular point. So the tools that the HOD have just related upon are still there. We are monitoring through them, and we are emphasizing every year that at least the school could have gone to those Bosperats. Let us see your school development plan, and also let us see your school improvement plan. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. The SGPs mentioned in their allocation, even the schools, the principals, that they get approximately 300, close to 400,000 in 2 tranches per annum, and they can only use 10% of that allocation for school maintenance. They also specified the other expenses, such as municipal bills and the like. And when we probed further what the 10% for maintenance would be for repairs and maintenance, it ranged from 31,000 to 40,000 from what was submitted. Would that be correct, that that's the allocation? And if so, would it be sufficient to deal with issues of maintenance and repairs in schools, knowing the magnitude of the challenges in some of the schools?
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, in terms of the allocations that we transfer to schools, we do, as I've said earlier, what we call per learner allocation. There is a specified amount per learner, and then you calculate out of the total number of learners in that school, and that amount is standardized. So there's each schools will not be receiving same amounts of money. A small school obviously will receive lesser than a big school. So out of that total amount transferred to a school, then 10% thereof should be used for minor repairs and maintenance. Meaning that anything that is not minor cannot be dealt by a school. That needs to be elevated to either to a district or head office. District and head office and schools differ in terms of delegations. That is why a school will have 10%. And the district will then take over those projects that the school cannot do because of capacity, because of the funds. It will then be a district. And again, those projects that are above a district, also in terms of capacity and the funds, will then be taken over by head office. So we cannot expect a school, a small school for that matter, to can do major renovations. We cannot expect a small school or even a bigger school to do major renovations. Those ones are the ones that are planned for by us at our level and will be delivered by us. So hence what Mr. Makwela from time to time is referring to the condition assessment, that we know all our 1,485 schools in a database, to say this one in 5 years' time we need to do major renovations. It won't be a school doing that. It will be us at our level. So I think the type of questions that came across also show us that really we need to strengthen our monitoring. We need to strengthen the capacity of our SGBs, because if an SGB says 10% is too little but the needs are big, it means they don't know where they start and where they end, such that then the district can take over, and then at some stage it is the province that will have to take over. So that one, Chair, I think I acknowledge we'll have to do a lot of work in terms of training and capacitating our SGBs, because really those things they are raising is not even within their area of competence. You know, it is the area of either the district or ourselves. However, it's not wrong for them to raise them. They might not be aware that they are already prioritized or they are on the list. Something which our next level, which is the circuit, is responsible for. To give information to our schools, our SGB, to say, no, your school is prioritized by the district for this financial year or for next financial year. Or, no, SGB, your school is prioritized for the next financial year by the province. So that is information sharing. So I'm picking up here that these levels that we have from the school, the circuit, the sub-district, we might be having some miscommunication there or lack of information sharing, especially to our SGB. But this one, Chair, pardon me, is not for you, but I'm saying we are learning and we are picking it up. We're going to strengthen to it. Otherwise, if people had this whole information, they might not have even raised some of the issues that we are answering for now at this point in time. These schools are prioritized. You have seen, we have presented. Some of these schools, they are even in their second year. Others, there's procurement going on, you know, they are being prioritized, but most unfortunately, they are not even aware that they are being prioritized. And most unfortunately, again, they think that some of these things should be done by the SGB. So that one, we'll have to deal with it at our level in terms of capacitating, in terms of resourcing our schools. And also, again, it also points to the, what can I say, the level of comprehension and of the school governing bodies that we have. But it is our responsibility to empower them and to capacitate them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, HOD.
I think we can't blame anyone, honestly, who raised issues during the first leg, given what the HOD is saying right now. For instance, before we can even transfer to schools, schools on its own must do their own budget. That on its own is the planning. So it means if there are broken windows, schools must add that into a budget if there are broken windows. If taps are leaking, schools must do that through that budget. And the budget will go to the circuit office. And the circuit office will accordingly make us aware about the budget of that kind of a school. So the allocation in most cases differ. That one is a fact. small school will have a little allocation in terms of the budget. And also, what needs to be noted is the fact that principals in our schools are representing the Department of Education. They are our first contact person. That is why principals are ex officios in SGBs, so that in most cases they must further guide as to what needs to happen about our school, because principals and teachers are those who are staying for more than hours and hours in our schools with the learners. So I think the HOD is correct to relate to this issue of the allocation and the budget, and also how does it work? What do we expect a small school to do with the 10%? It must be reflective in their budgetary plan, and also what need to go to the district, what should come before us as the Department of Education. Thanks.
Thank you. The presentation talks about, in different years, renovations, repairs, new schools. Is the department satisfied with the progress in addressing the backlog? In terms of percentage, when the planning was done, have you met your targets? Are you behind? And also, are you satisfied with the progress?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think this is a slide that is talking on our historic performance. And as we've indicated, we have spent over 91% of our allocation, and we've actually provided more than what was planned. However, Chair, the goal is always to achieve over 100% in terms of both expenditure and also in terms of the physical work that is done on the ground. If you look at the slide, we actually, in terms of the target, achieve 102. However, this value is taken up by the fact that we've done a lot of maintenance, particularly in 2019, due to COVID. We actually exceeded by 2%, even though in terms of our budget, in average, we're sitting at 90. Chair, in answering your questions, we would like to do more in terms of budget that is allocated to us. And in terms of appraising myself, if you ask me if we are happy with the progress, I would say we would want to make sure that all the schools have functional schools and safe schools, and we're trying our level best to ensure that we provide schools environment. Obviously, Chair, with some of the challenges that are enabling us and making us unable to achieve some of the targets. Especially with these challenges in terms of the business forums that we have on the ground. We would plan to do a school in 18 months, but we might end up sometimes doing it in 24 months. You might spend the whole 3 to 6 months trying to sort out issues that are very difficult and complex in their own nature in terms of resolving this. I'll give a typical example. We are building a school in Tulare. It took us almost 3 months to actually get the project running because of business forum. And some of these things are life-threatening. Our project managers cannot go on site, contractors cannot go on site. So sometimes those are some of the things that are delaying us in terms of achieving our plan on time. But if based on the report that I've presented before you, Chair, we would like to actually achieve our 100% budget and make sure that we deliver projects on time.
Yes, thank you. The previous condition assessment, what picture did it paint perhaps it can assist in answering the question I asked earlier about how prevalent is the problem. I understand that the current picture will be painted by the condition assessment that will be done in the next financial year. But in terms of the previous one, was it saying it's just minimal and limited to a few schools, or it was a serious challenge?
Sure, it was a serious challenge in a sense that we had backlogs that we are dealing with. And those backlogs, Chair, I need to indicate, I can't give you numbers now, but I also need to indicate they are moving targets. You know, you think that you have sorted out 1, 2, 3, but then you realize that there were others that were overlooked that you might need to go and address it. There was a backlog. It didn't really quite paint a picture, but those backlogs were attended to. And that's why we actually need to go back so that we can really verify where we are at the current moment. Remember, Chair, it was done, I think, with 5 years overdue. And in the same period while we are attending to those backlog, there's been deteriorations in some of the schools that have been happening in that period while we're focusing on those other backlogs.
Thank you, sir. That information will assist the Commission because your presentation has 46. This was done in 46 schools, in 34 schools. It can give us an indication of what does that 46 mean in the greater scheme of things. Thank you. The issue of delivery of mobile classrooms, some presenters felt that they were meant to be a temporary arrangement, but there was a feeling, at least by those who were presenting, that it's becoming more of a norm to deliver mobile classrooms instead of attending to issues of school infrastructure on a permanent basis. Do you have a comment to a like that?
Yeah, Chair, sorry, I missed the part of it.
Yes,
because,
I can repeat.
Yeah, if you can repeat.
During the first leg, some presenters submitted that there is a trend of delivering mobile classrooms to address issues of school infrastructure or shortage of classrooms. And they were saying, in their view, mobile classrooms should be a temporary solution than a resort of a permanent nature. Is it correct that the department is, there's an upward trend of relying on mobile classrooms instead of looking at issues of school infrastructure more broadly and with permanency in mind?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mobile, as you indicated, are actually a temporary reprieve. And that's why in my presentation, I also indicated that we have additions where we're building classrooms at these schools to eliminate the issue of mobiles. But there's also a debate, Chair, that says mobile is also an alternative building method, because these mobile classrooms are actually expected or are built to last for 20 years if you maintain them properly. However, the department has not taken a resolution that this is a permanent feature. That's why, hence, we are building additional classrooms in those schools. Chair, I think the challenge, and maybe HOD will explain it much better, to say that people are moving around. You have a school that can accommodate 500 learners in a rural area. However, people in that area prefer a school in a township, and they would move from their area and move to that school. And we have no choice but to provide them additional mobile classes so that they're able to to accommodate. So those are some of the things that causes us to really provide them with mobile classrooms. They are not a permanent solution. I've demonstrated with one school, Buikutsong, we give them mobiles to build them a school, and they are in the plans. I've also demonstrated with Mokala, we gave them 14 schools, and they are in plans to provide schools. There are those schools that we provide 1 or 2 or 3 mobiles. They are in the additions in terms of providing them additional classrooms. However, these mobiles, when they are properly maintained, when they are properly taken care of, they do serve as an alternative method of providing accommodation. They are comfortable. They are provided with aircon. There's proper calculations that are done in terms of air circulations and in terms of making sure they are habitable as classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh no, if you are fine, then I'm fine.
It may be the follow-up related to this.
Okay.
The costs associated, have you done a cost analysis of procuring mobile classrooms versus investing in a more permanent school infrastructure?
Yes, Chair, we did. I think we're paying around 240,000 for a classroom. That is excluding transport. It depends on the location, but just a classroom, it would be around 240. However, depending on where the school is, there would be additional cost in terms of your transportation. When we were planning the programs for the classrooms, I think we've calculated a classroom to be less than 500, I think almost 500 for a classroom. For 2 classrooms, it's almost 1.2 million, and then as they grow, the value of those classrooms. So we've identified schools that require 1 classroom. We've identified schools that require 2 classrooms, 3 classrooms, and 4 classrooms, depending on the need of the requirement of the classrooms. Yes, the mobile might be cheaper to acquire, but tend to be expensive if you have to transport it to a very far place that you have to transport it to.
And the plan would still be to replace it, or once delivered, there's an acceptance that it should last for the duration of 20 years.
Chair, the plan is to replace it. We can't replace them all at the same time. So the plan is eventually to replace the mobile classrooms. In fact, we have a moratorium that is coming. We've been informed by DBE that the moratorium that is coming towards us is saying, starting from next year, we can no longer procure mobiles. If we are to procure mobiles, we'll have to make a special request to DBE to buy mobiles. It is clear that we have to provide brick and mortar to schools.
Now that you are aware of that, they were a temporary feature given the need, and what would be the implications of that if you were providing them to address an urgent need, and now in the future when that is implemented, what will be the plan to what will they be replaced with?
Yeah, Chair, as I indicated, once we have that kind of a challenge, then we'll have to make a special request to DBE with all the facts to indicate that we need to, and that is when everything is being exhausted in terms of what can be done. Then we'll have to make a special request to procure mobile for that school. It's not completely taken away from us, but it's not the first priority when it comes to providing a reprieve. If HOD might tell you that when there's overcrowding, schools surrounding that school that have space, then we look at moving those learners around those schools, because it has come an issue of preference that parents would prefer a particular schools over school. Parent would leave a school that is next to them and prefer a particular school because it might be seen as a school that is performing, or it might be seen as a school that is in a safe area, and all those other things that are impacting on it. But Chair, to answer the question, if there's that need, and if we've exhausted everything that we can do to accommodate the learner, we need to provide them with a mobile.
Thank you. I am almost done, and I will hand over to my colleague, Ms. Mlombo. This question is going to be quite broad to avoid breaking it down to 5 questions. We are trying to understand how many schools in the province have challenges with the following: access to water, sanitation, and MEC touched on the issue of pit latrines and the plans to remove them. It is on the. Can I have a qualifier for the sanitation in relation to communities that have problems with water? Does it mean all those schools have boreholes? Do we have schools that have waterborne sanitation but is not being used due to lack of water? The schools, at least all the schools, have libraries and laboratories. That would be it.
Yes. Okay. Let me start so that Mr. Mokwela can end with the specifics. In terms of libraries, laboratories, there are various categories of laboratories. The schools that are built and are being blocked without these special rooms. However, the department as well is also considering and looking at the schools. When he mentions additional buildings to some of the schools, these are the schools that are getting additional blocks, and the additional blocks would mean the laboratories, the libraries for those that were built previously before the new plan that we are using now. So the newly built school will come as a complete package, but the old ones we then build as per our allocation, where we have enough money to add those ones. I think we'll be able, I don't know at this point in time if Mr. Mokwala can read out, especially at the Ratlow areas. That area has got a serious water problem throughout the province. You can even dig boreholes and not get any water. You can dig 5 times. We have proof of such. We know of schools where we've got numerous boreholes being drilled without water. Some schools like Komaselwanyan, we for example, we drilled a borehole sometime last year, but as we speak, the water has dried out. Now we have consulted with the community and the Khosi in particular there. He also volunteered to truck in water into the school, because we've, you know, those people who are able to detect where water is, they came, we drilled no water. But last year there was water coming and it dried out. This is just but one of those examples. So that area, everybody in the province, there's no underground water. We drilled no water. There are waterborne toilets you can't use. So in that instance, that's why I say we provide what we call VIP toilets, not necessarily the pit toilets. But then that information can be packaged to say, these are schools, there are toilets, they can be used, no water, and we can't get underground water. And then these are schools, there is water, but then the municipal water, for example, but the municipal water can be relied on. And that one is something beyond the competence of the department. And yeah, we can categorize sanitation that we're talking about. Schools that are provided with VIPs, those with waterborne, and waterborne is functioning, well. Those with waterborne toilets, but there's water problem. Those where we were able to provide the bowls. That one can be packaged nicely, but it was part of the presentation. We can still package it nicely for the commission.
We will appreciate that. Jody, could you describe the VIP so that we have an idea of what it is?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We have two types of sanitation. You know, we have the waterborne, that obviously they're getting either water from municipality or from our boreholes, or whatever means that we can get water to the toilets. Then we have other approved forms of sanitation, and they are normally called dry sanitation. They are not pit, they are approved, and those are the type of sanitation that we use in areas that we know does not have water or have water challenges, and they are acceptable. So in most cases, they are provided with a ventilation at the back. That's how you recognize them. That dries up the sludge so that it becomes healthy, it's not smelling, it doesn't attract flies from the back. Then you have the other one that is called Enviroloo also, that is used in our school. And most of the time, the Enviroloo is the one that is confused by community to say it is actually a pit latrine. Form of sanitation, it is safe, it doesn't smell, it's dry, it doesn't attract flies, and it has to be used properly in order to sustain it. So in terms of VIP, basically we're referring to those ones that have ventilation at the back that do not use waterborne. It is dry sanitation.
Thank you for the explanation. We will appreciate the further submission. Particularly in light of what the MEC has also said, that it's an issue that keeps on getting raised.
Which one, Chair?
I'm saying the issues of sanitation where there's no water, the kind of provision that has been provided in places where it can even be confused with pit latrines, and schools that would have pit latrines but are not used. The HOD are saying it's information that is readily available and it can be provided. We will appreciate it. And whatever I may have left out, and that would be the case for access to water as well, particularly in those areas such as Madibeng, Moratil, where the municipalities, it's well documented that there's shortage of water in those areas, and where Chief Director, you said that there are places where there's waterborne sanitation. It's just that the water supply is unreliable, which would be the business of the municipality. Would want to reflect on whether or not that would still be correct, considering that where the municipality is failing and norms and standards talk of services being made available, such as sanitation, water, is that duty really squarely falling on the shoulders of the municipality, or the department has a responsibility in that regard, as outlined in the norms and standards. What I have left out, my colleague, Ms. Mlombo, will address, but for my part, thank you for the answers and for your continued cooperation and willingness to provide the answers. It is taking longer, but we have a constitutional mandate to perform. There are complaints, there are issues. We need to get all the information so that whatever report that is produced is credible and has all the information. Thank you. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Thank you, Chair. My greetings once again, Honorable MEC, HOD, and Mr. Mokwela. Yes. Perhaps before I move to my set of questions, thank you for the undertaking to provide the additional information relating to sanitation. And I'll be grateful as you prepare that additional information. You also provide us with additional information relating to the complaints you've received. I see on page 29 of your slide, you list 644 complaints you've received and you've categorized them. I think it will be useful for the purposes of this investigation, but also more broadly our monitoring activities, if we have a sense of from which schools these complaints are coming from. And that will also ensure that we do not have a duplication in the future. For example, you get a complaint about an issue that you are already attending to. So we'll be grateful if we can have just a breakdown of the 644 complaints, where are they coming from, so we can take the monitoring and the investigation forward. Also, before I move on to my set of questions, I just want to follow up on this VIP toilets. I think you've indicated that the VIP toilets you're referring to do not have a pit. So it's not they called it the improved ventilation. It's not that type of toilet, because that one has a pit, even though it does have that ventilation. But because of the presence of the pit, it will not resolve the situation like we had of Komane, a child, falling into a pit. So, and you said VIP toilets are also approved for schools. I'm aware of the EnviroLoos because there's no pit, there's no danger of any child going into the toilets. Just to clarify that they are also approved VIP toilets, if it's the ones I'm referring to that have a pit, but the difference is that, as you've indicated, there's a ventilation system, but it's still a pit.
Thank you, Chair. You are correct. They do still have a pit, and then they are accepted as a proper sanitation in terms of our norms and standard. They are designed in such a way that they are completely closed, in such a way that it's not easy for a child to actually fall into the pit. However, in terms of our norms and standard, it is approved. Both the VIP and the EnviroLoo are approved as acceptable form of sanitation where there is no water in particular.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Mokwele. And the follow-up question as well is in relation to the discussion you had on the mobile classrooms. In your presentation, you indicated about 20 new schools that were either built or replaced, and additions in 26 schools in the province. Are you able to indicate whether the new schools, were you referring to brick and mortar schools, or do you have new schools that are just mobile classes? Also, the additions that are cited, is it brick and mortar or is it mobile classes? So you can just clarify, and yeah, in the split, how many of those would you say are mobile classes and how many of those would be your brick and mortar?
Yeah, thank you. The 20 that I referred to, I think it's the 19. Then 13 is the new, and then 9 is the replacement.
Replacement, yes.
Yeah, I think something like that. I think it's 20. Is it 22?
Is it 20? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think it's 22.
That's fine.
Those are brick and mortar. Those are new schools. However, on my presentation, I also indicated that Mokala, we provided 14 mobile schools. I didn't count it as a new school that is completed. I also indicated Bikutong, we established a new school. It's not a brick and mortar, it's still mobile schools. And then when it comes to addition, it's a combination of the two. There are those ones that are actually, we've provided the mobiles. It just falls into a category of additions because we've added a classroom in terms of a mobile. However, we can segregate them to show which ones were clean, brick and mortar, and then which ones were actually provided with mobiles as part of additions.
All right, thank you. Also in the presentation, you referred to a moratorium, against the use of mobile classroom. What gave rise to that moratorium? And I'm also asking that question against the backdrop of some of the submissions we had. There was a sense from other stakeholders that there may be an abuse of this alternative. So, Banas, what made DBE to issue this moratorium?
Thank you, Chair. In our province, the MEC has been very loud to say she's totally not in favor of the mobiles. We are only doing them because we were under pressure, especially after 2020, where we had to split classes to meet the requirements for social distancing. That's where we had a huge pressure in terms of pruning of mobiles, and that's where that upward trend of the provision arose. Now, there's CEM, Council for Education Ministers. This structure consists of 9 provincial MECs, the deputy minister, and the minister. This is where our MEC, supported by other MECs, were very loud in that structure about the mobile classrooms. And with the guidance, the minister then released a communication that says we really need to consider, doing away with the mobiles unless under extreme circumstances where that provision is required. So this is a CEM decision. CEM is the Council for Education Ministers. I've indicated who are the members of that structure. So this is an informed political decision at that level, consisting of the political heads. Our MEC is a member there, she sits there. Subsequent to that decision being taken at that level, it then comes to us as the heads of education departments in the country. We then have to actualize the decision and make sure that we make the necessary amendments to the policy or to the norms and standards for infrastructure provisioning. And this decision is not yet communicated officially, but however, that decision is there, coming from the political principles. So I'm just emphasizing on what Mr. Makwala is saying, and the MEC can speak more on this matter than ourselves, because this is more of a political decision than administrative one. Ours, as the heads of departments in the country, is to implement the decisions once it is formalized through the normal processes. Thank you.
I think the Commissioner is covered in line with the response, because I don't want to speak more on this issue, because it's a directive right now that we have given to provinces as a sector. That what we would love to see moving forward, honestly, is a mortar and brick schools across the country. In the Northwest Province, it will
actually assist us a lot. And there's also, it's coupled with socio-economic issues. Because when a school is built for 18 months to 24 months, we know that at least the issues that are confronting us in relation of unemployment, for that period there is a relief as compared to a class that is being delivered from somewhere, not necessarily saying it is wrong, maybe for people to do mobile classes in the country. But honestly, we would love to see, as a sector moving forward, having the bricks and mortar schools across the Republic of South Africa. And at HEDCOM, this is what they are doing right now to implement our decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think my
question...
No, you must receive, it's a promotion. Honorable MEC, I think my question really was more directed to the considerations, that were factors that were considered in making that directive. I think you've touched on the one issue, the issue of employment. I'm not sure if that's the only consideration that made MECs, because I understand you were part of the cohort that actually called for this decision. Can you please just enlighten us, what were the factors, the considerations you considered before motivating that there should be this direction should be taken?
Let me say, number one, we have looked broadly as to what is a school, and also that the minister have promulgated as far as the norms and standards are concerned. Now, given a fact that you may bring two into a school, that doesn't actually qualify what the promulgation is all about in terms of how a classroom must look like, or how a classroom is all about. Two is that issue that I have already related upon. Three is how best can we save the costs, particularly along the issue of the delivery. They may be cheaper as we procure, but quite expensive for a delivery in our different schools. So there were those number of issues that we have raised as a sector, as MECs and the DM and the minister, that let us look into this issue in another way moving forward, given to it that we are saying is a temporary relief in our schools. It is not actually a permanent relief. And to reflect to a fact that they are temporary reliefs in our schools. For instance, after building a Tlhakameng Primary School, we managed to relocate, even this year, we're still relocating some of those mobiles that have started that primary school. But all in all, honestly, we really don't need or want to see mobile classrooms in our schools in the Republic of South Africa. Thanks.
Thank you. During the presentation, there was much said about Buitumelo, about Promoza, Sitwarapilo, about the attention being given to the infrastructural issues in those schools. And I've tried to browse through the report because our complaints also relates to school such as Sitlahule Primary School, also Munato Primary School, where there are issues of deteriorating buildings, the issues of shortages of classrooms and collapsing of rooms, of ceilings, and I don't see any of those schools in the plan. Also in the presentation, you touched briefly on Freedom Park. I also don't see them on the plan. What are the plans in relation to addressing the issues of deteriorating infrastructure in those 3 schools?
Commissioner, Monato Primary School, I think it is just around the corner from here. That school have been renovated, and we further included those specialized rooms at that school. You know, when Monato was raised, Makwela, I got so surprised because it is a school that we have renovated not so long. But the issue around Monato, given that the school is within a farm area, is vandalism. Continuous vandalism of that school, whereby almost everything is normally being taken from the school. Now, I think the issue of Monato, but that is what I think, as presented, was along the vandalism. And what are you going to do moving forward as the Department of Education? However, Makwela is here, but I know that some of those schools, including this one at the Saraling or Buiteko or Freedom Park, yes, he will touch upon. It is at Freedom Park in Rustenburg. And the last one is Sitlachole. I think earlier we have talked about Sitlachole and also what are our intention about the school in the next financial year. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. As MEC indicated, Monato, it was not an issue of the deteriorating school. I think what might have come through, and I'm not sure what was the question, was the issue of them requesting additional classrooms. And they are on a program that is done by the district level in terms of providing additional classroom. And because when you provide additional classroom also means more learners, the district has also done an assessment at level that they might need even additional sanitation as far as Monato is concerned.
That's the one. Thank you.
Yes, so it's an issue of additional classroom and additional toilets when it comes to that. Chair, in terms of Freedom Park, the school was built in 2014. That is 2014, we are in 2021. We've also sent, in fact, I've also been at that school. We sent a specialist to go and do an assessment, a structural engineer, so that they can actually advise us in terms of how do we repair that school. I think it's a double-story school, if I remember. Yeah, if I remember, structural defects, and there's also movement in terms of the soil. In fact, it looks like it's a bit, that area tend to be a bit of a wetland. However, we've instructed the structural engineer from PSU who's actually went and did an assessment, and we will get a report as far as advice in terms of what is it that we can do as far as that is concerned. Because the other one, Sitsorapelo, I think we did address it.
No, you'll forgive me if I don't pronounce Sitlachule. Yes, Sitsorapelo, we did address that. They've complained of deteriorating buildings and shortage of classrooms.
Okay. Okay. Chair, it is noted. I'll quickly also check on my table B5 if we do have Sitlachole on that. But in terms of additional classrooms, I think they are also being provided, or they are on a list for temporary reprieve. I will verify if we have them on table B5 for next financial year, and then I can comment on that.
Thank you for that undertaking.
sorry, Chair, if you allow, I actually wanted to call the CES from Sitlahole. Not? I can't hear him. They're not here? Okay. Okay, it's Ngaka actually, not RSL. Okay, Chair, I will verify quickly if we have them on table B5.
All right, thank you for that. Also, in the presentation, the department indicated that it has not received occupational health and safety reports from the Department of Labor in a while. And when they were here with us at the last sitting, they indicated that they made arrangements to actually visit a number of schools in the province, but they were sent away by school principals, and that decision was reaffirmed by the head of department. So I'm not sure if the department would like to comment on that, because we are all astonished, by that submission, because they do have a mandate they must fulfill in terms of the law, but they told us that they couldn't fulfill their mandate because of interference.
Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, the Department of Labor wrote to the department indicating of their planned visits to the schools in order to actualize their constitutional mandate. I did respond to the Department of Labor to say, can we have an agent meeting so that we can talk about the rollout of the visit of the Department of Labor to the schools. The reason for requesting an urgent meeting with the Department of Labor is they do have a legal mandate to do the inspection, which we acknowledge and respect. We do have a constitutional mandate of protecting the teaching and learning time in order to deliver a curriculum to the learners undisturbed. The other thing is the question of access to our schools in terms of the safety, the very safety regulations that we are implementing in our schools. You will agree with me that on quite a number of instances, people access our schools under the pretext of any other thing. They can access our schools under the pretext of being policemen in their uniform, only to go and rob our schools, only to go and do all other criminal activities in our schools. And therefore, access to schools is the prerogative of the head of the department, of which the head of the department has not delegated. Around 2016-17, the department was called to Parliament to go and account on the question of access to schools, where most of our schools were made to participate in illegal acts, where a certain group of people used and abused our school to get, naturalization in terms of being residents in South Africa. I was there accounting to Parliament as to how did that group of people access our schools, because as far as the department is concerned, not every person should access our schools unless per permission of the head of the department. So, the department was not against the Department of Labor accessing the schools. In actual fact, the meeting that we called, we wanted to assist them to be able to access our schools without necessarily interfering with the teaching and learning. Also, again, to protect our teachers and learners, that they will know exactly that these are the people that were allowed by the department to come and do ABC in our schools. Therefore, we are going to give them space and time and allow them to do their job. Unfortunately, that meeting did not materialize up to today. I want to confirm to the Commission here today that the department is still of a view that we need to have that meeting with the Department of Labor so that we assist them to access our schools to be able to do their work. For example, we are saying as the Department of Education, the Department of Labor can access our schools when the school is out, when learners and teachers are not there and they are free to can do their work. And then the school governing body and the management of the school will then be able to allocate a person who will then, welcome the team that comes to the school when the learners are not there and they can freely do their work. That's the position of the department. And we wanted to agree with them in terms of the timetable or the plan. We wanted to be part of the plan that they are able to visit our school. During COVID-19, CEM, which is the Council of Education of Ministers, also took a decision that no one should be allowed to go to schools in line with the protocols that were developed as a response to the prevention of COVID-19, the spread of COVID-19 into our schools. The only schools as per that circular which was released then that would access our schools are the teachers and the learners themselves, as well as those departmental officials who go there in order to support our schools. Even the parents of the learners have to obtain permission to go and visit a learner unless the principal of a school has communicated with a parent of a learner by phone or otherwise when there are issues with the learner consent. The parent must make an appointment. We had serious cases where our children were abducted from the school. Children have been kidnapped. People go and access our school masquerading either as a parent or as malume, uncle, whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, the learner will disappear. We've got such numerous cases. So our intention is not to prohibit the Department of Labor to do its work, but is to be able to work with them so that at the end of the day, the safety of the learners and the teachers is guaranteed at the level of. We are not saying the Department of Labor is not safe to our children or the officials, but we are saying any person can go there under the guidance. Now of late, we've got people who are doing census, even over the radio, people were wont to say not every person must be allowed into their house claiming that he or she comes from a census, because people rob, even within the households, they rob people pretending to be something else. We cannot be seen to be, exposing our children to such unintended consequences, So our purpose, and we want to emphasize that, we want to work with the Department of Labor, and we want to assist them to be able to access our schools. During school hours, we have a responsibility to protect the teaching and learning time. Because if we can't do that, we are also denying the children of their basic right to education. Remember, we've just come from COVID, which is not yet over. We had quite a number of teaching and learning losses as a result of the number of days that the children were at home without being taught. So we want to reiterate our position. Should the Department of Labor come back to us and have a meeting with them, we are free to do that. And we are also prepared to assist them to access our schools, but not during teaching and learning time. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. As the chairperson has indicated, we have forwarded some of the complaints we have to the Department of Labor to also look more fully into in terms of their mandate. And as you would have seen, from the complaints that we've sent to you, that some of the issues are overcrowding. And unfortunately, you can only assess some of the issues overcrowding if children are sitting in a class to see is there adequate room in a class for learners. So I think as you engage, those are some issues that will have to be kept in mind, because I also know that we do monitoring at schools, and obviously if you are out on a complaint about overcrowding, some of the issues that you are trying to prevent will have to be minimized but may not be avoided completely. I don't know if you want to comment on that before I move on, HOD.
Thank you very much for that. As I've said, we want to have discussions and talks. That is also possible as long as we and them are able to arrange how the officials will be accessing our schools without necessarily disturbing teaching and learning. Thank you.
Thank you for that commitment, HOD. I will now move on to the budgeting issues. In the presentation, you've already provided us with details of the budget allocations for infrastructure. There was also a submission that there was a year, I think you said 2018, 2019, if I'm not mistaken, where you were not able to spend all your allocation for the year and it had to be sent somewhere else. I just want to confirm that did this only happen in 1 year, or are there other, incidences where you were not able to spend your full allocation? And I understand from submissions from the first leg that part of the allocation was sent to my beloved province in Mpumalanga. That was in 2018. Just to clarify, are there other instances where you were not able to spend all your money for infrastructure and it was sent somewhere else?
Thank you. Yeah, I indicated on the first slide that it was for a period of 2 years. I think it's 2019, 18, 19, and 19, 20. And I also indicated that the plans were interrupted when the province was put under Section 100. One of the assessments that were done on all the contracts that we had was that some of the contracts were deemed irregular. And you can imagine you've planned for the next 3 years, and then when you pull out 2 or a couple of contracts, it disturbs the whole flow for that financial year, which flowed to the next financial year. As a result, we couldn't spend that money. However, the following year, we spent the money. Even this financial year, we're going to spend all our money.
So that's 2 years. Thank you for that clarification. Also in the first leg of the inquiry, there was a specific issue that was raised about Rorisang Special School. I've also looked at it from your presentation, but I couldn't find it. The allegations in relation to that school was that it was a school for learners with severe intellectual disabilities. The school currently has, according to the information we received, 170 plus learners and only 4 classrooms. So there is a concern about overcrowding in that specific school. Also, the other issue that was raised in relation to that school was transportation. Was transportation that learners...
You are protected.
Thank you, MEC Chair. I was expecting you to protect me. Yes, so I just want to find out if the department is aware of the issues in that particular school. And of course, because this was not in the original list, if you're not in a position to respond presently, I will accept a commitment to respond in due course. Is Rorisang Special School, the issues about overcrowding and transportation, because they say the learners there, they use public transport, meaning there's no transport, and when it rains, they have to, end class teaching and learning early so that learners can make the long commute to their respective homes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can we, at this point in time, commit to send information to the Commission? We may respond regarding transportation and others, also in terms of the funds that you are transferring to the special schools regarding transportation, but we don't want to we want to send exact knowledge, because especially in terms of transportation, as far as I know, we do have some allocation, but let's send the information.
I accept that, HOD. On the same issue of transportation, public transportation, same challenge was also raised by Monato in the first leg of the inquiry, that they are currently allocated 3 buses with an enrollment of 538 learners, and it causes an overload in the transport system. Are you able to respond to that issue of Monato transport issues?
Also, Monato, let's respond on it regarding transport. Let's go and verify our facts. Indeed, they are provided with transport, but apparently there's some kind of overloading. Overloading may be caused by various things. You find the service provider was supposed to use 5 buses and only using 3 buses. So let's go verify what this overloading is caused by. So let's go and verify. Like I'm saying, in some instances, it's the issue of the service provider using a kumbi sometimes instead of a bus. So we're gonna go back and verify.
But also maybe we need to clarify, HOD, the issue of the procurement vis-a-vis us identifying the routes. We have identified the route, but given to it also that the mandate doesn't rely with us as to how many buses need to be procured. May need a further clarity of the 2 departments. I think that is what the HOD is asking for the Commission to consider right now.
Thank you, MEC. I'll leave that for the consideration of the chair. And also, just to confirm with the Monato HOD, as you do your investigations, we did see photos of buses. So there are buses, in fact, but yeah, obviously it could be that it's a smaller bus than the one that was contracted for, but we'll await the further information regarding the transport issue in Monato. Allow me to move on to the issue of sanitary bins. The MEC touched on it in her overview that some schools are even retaining retaining pit toilets for purposes of disposing of sanitary towels, because that's one of the presentations we got, that schools do not have sanitary bins, resulting in learners and teachers alike having to roll up their used sanitary towels for disposal at home. And when we're dealing with grand things, like big buildings, it's also easy to forget the small stuff, but which make all the difference in the life of a young woman, like sanitary bins. So I just want to check if there are also plans to address these kind of issues across your schools.
HOD, I think you need to try for now to respond to this, because I think at the school level, the school management team can easily decide upon this matter, given to a fact that there are girl learner children at a school level. It just needs a management, nothing more. And how effective can this be sustainable as a school? And what I have said earlier about that school saying, but we use this for sanitary towels, I even advised them as to why are you not buying the she-bins for the school? I don't think it can be 50 rand, honestly. Some other issues, honestly, have a direct bearing on management. Management, which is good, you have everything there. But management that lacks, in most cases, you are having challenges that will even affect to an effective teaching and learning, and even forget about this crucial issue that all women or a girl and a child who's at that particular school must be dignified. But during COVID-19, I have seen number of schools, honestly, schools at their own, starting to provide for the shebins in their different schools. But HOD will further try to speak on this matter, because it's a matter that everyone needs to realize that we can't have a school, we can't have girls, and we don't have a shebin. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. I think you have covered the space that I would have covered to say some of these questions, as and when they come, they just reveal to us as a department that we've got dysfunctional management and governance structures in our schools, and they need our intervention to just ensure that we've got proper management in our schools. If you have a good principal, if you have good deputy principal who know what their role is, if you have a good governance structure that knows what their roles are, then it will be easier for us at our levels to account for other things than the shebins. Of course, we transfer monies to schools, and this 10% that we're talking about, the 10% for infrastructure, obviously it comes from a bigger amount which is categorized. For example, the larger part of the transfers that we do to schools, 40% is for payment of services that the school can acquire, and the other money they can then buy the goods that they would require as a school. If the budget, they should budget, like MEC said earlier, the governing body must at a particular time call parents, determine the needs, and then out of those needs, they check what their allocation is, and they come up with a school budget and buy some of these necessary things at their level, you know, because we do transfer monies to schools. They are Section 21 and not Section 20. If a school is Section 20, it means this is a school that cannot function properly, and therefore everything is run by the department, either from the district level or from head office, and therefore the department will be procuring each and every little thing, including the shebins, the dustbins, and the chalks and the dusters. But all our schools are Section 21, meaning that we can transfer monies to schools, and then the management and governance of the school, especially the governance, will then determine the budget of the school in relation to the needs that are there, and they can procure. But we are thankful of these questions, because at least they show us that there's a serious problem in some of our schools regarding management and governance. We then have to come up with plans to strengthen those structures, management and governance, and also to monitor how they utilize the funds that we transfer to our schools. Thank you very much.
Perhaps before I move on this issue, the issue of training of the SGB, I think it is coming up over and over, you know, in the every second question it is coming up. So does the department currently have a program in place for training, equipping SGBs on their role and responsibility? And perhaps can you give us some detail about this program? At what point are they trained? What does the program entail from the department?
Thank you. We've got a dedicated unit in the department from head office up to the district, which we call IGMS, that is Institutional Management, Governance and Support. This structure supports to schools in terms of management and governance. You know, this is a structure that is responsible to run the SGB elections. Last year we have done SGB elections that takes place after every 3 years. After the election into office, there's a dedicated program which is run by this unit I'm talking about. This program will include induction and orientation of the SGBs, and after that, the dates will then come for training. Then it is not just a once-off of training. Then once that program has been done for all the schools, then additional training programs will then be developed by this unit I'm talking about. And also, again, this unit develop what we call monitoring tools for SGB functionality. This is one of our key indicators in terms of our annual performance plan. So we also monitor the functioning of this unit as to how often they support, they train the SGBs and the management of our schools. So we do have a dedicated unit dealing with this, and this unit has got their own performance standards and indicators and targets in terms of their support to the SGBs. After the elections last year, we have all our schools have gone through the induction and orientation program, and then schools are now getting training in terms of the SGB modules in terms of their performance. For example, the SGBs will be trained on financial module, they'll be trained on governance, what is expected of them, the legislation that governs their roles and responsibilities. So that is there. But it's coming up more and more, as you said, Commissioner, the issue of the training. It then can mean training is not enough, and as you know, there's nothing which can be a one-size-fits-all. You can find in some of the schools our training was adequate for them, but in others we still have to have more and more training sessions, especially our communities out there, they are different. We've got villages, schools that are in villages where we cannot attract knowledgeable people to serve in these structures. We've got township, we've got affluent areas where SGB members can be the attorneys like yourselves, can be teachers, can be what. So these are some of the real challenges that are on the ground. A school in Mantere, the SGB thereof lacks a capacity to a certain extent. So that one we acknowledge. However, we do have a dedicated program and a unit to that effect. Thank you.
I think the HOD is correct, Commissioner. Given the schools and the SGBs, the Act says, South African Schools Act, SGBs are legal entities. And we cannot actually take away that area or that power from them of being legal entities. We can't. The training that is taking place upon SGBs in most cases honestly clarifies each one's role in our schools. Some are coming up, but some are still reeling in terms of understanding their mandate. And the HOD have just touched upon a very, very important thing within the department through our strategic plan and also through the MTSF and also through our APP, the medium-term expenditure framework. This indicator is very key for the department to have a functional SGBs within our schools across the province. That is why we are saying some are honestly trying to come on board and some are still reeling in terms of understanding what are the issues. But training doesn't end there. We will continue to empower the SGBs in the Northwest Province so that at the end we achieve this key indicator at 100%. Thanks.
Thank you, HOD MEC. Also in the first leg of the inquiry, there was an issue raised particularly by SATU regarding inadequate furniture in some schools, that is not enough, also classrooms, and this leads to what they refer to as the multi-grade learning, different classes in one classroom, and they raise concerns about the challenges of that kind of system. So the question again, when we are dealing with these bigger infrastructural issues, is the department also keeping an eye on the issue of furniture, age-appropriate furniture at the respective schools?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, we do set aside money specifically for procurement of school furniture. Earlier when I made a presentation, I also referred to our relationship with the Department of Labor in terms of procuring school furniture, because we have realized there that when we deal with furniture that way, it's cost effective. We spend lesser than when we procure from the other service providers. So for the financial year that's about to end, we have put aside about 30 M for school furniture. As we speak, deliveries are even taking place as we speak. Most of our schools are already covered. We have delivered enough furniture. We are only, in terms of the needs that we have received, we are only left with a few where deliveries are taking place. But regarding to the issue of multi-grade teaching, the Northwest Province Department of Education has come up with a concept of mega farm schooling. You will recall we have schools like Bonkopotsetiro, Moodville, Boons, Noport. This is a system where we close these smaller and non-viable schools that are practicing multi-grade teaching, and we put them in a school such as that one with hostel facilities. We've gone a long way where we are in terms of closing the schools. We, however, do acknowledge that we still have such small and non-viable schools out there that are very small, and they are very, very expensive, those schools. To run a multi-grade school is very expensive, honestly. That's why we have gone into this process of closing and or merging those small non-viable schools, and we take them to what we call the mega farm schools. Even in his presentation this morning, Mr. Mankwala was talking about a school called Tulare, where we are building phase 1, which consists of classrooms and admin block. The phase 2 thereof will be the building of hostels. And this tells you that once we build hostels, the small non-viable schools around that area will then be closed. And the learners will be taken to this school because it does have a hostel. The beginning of this year, if not towards the end of the year, the MEC went to a school called Lakeso to receive the phase 2, is it phase 2 or phase 3? Phase 3, where the completion of the hostel came to an end, and MEC was receiving and opening that hostel facility. In that, we have closed many small schools in that area, Kiko around Khanyisa. Yeah, we have closed many small schools and we've taken them to Lesto. It's a nice school, there are hostel facilities, so that learners can get proper and quality education. Because when you run a small school, it's multi-grade teaching. One teacher is faced with 3 grades per one. So that's the program that the department is rolling out. We are not yet there, but this is the program that we are rolling out to deal with the multi-grade teaching and other challenges of small non-viable schools. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Also, in the first leg of the inquiry, we heard evidence about the closure of Tswarapilo Primary School at some point because the situation in terms of health and safety had deteriorated to a point that the school had to be closed. What we would like to find out is, are there any other schools in the province that had to be closed in the last 2 years because of similar challenges as Tswarapilo? Because we understand now that there are mobile classrooms in that school as a temporary measure, but we just want to have a sense that there are other schools in the province that have had to be closed because of the condition of the infrastructure.
I think Chairperson have been at the center of our discussions today, and this reflects as to how all of us are concerned about Chairperson. Chairperson issues started in 2020, I believe, whilst we were about to reopen our schools in August that year. We had to assess almost each and every school in the province as to whether can the school be able to take all the learners. Given also the dictates of COVID-19, we need to reflect upon such things. And at the Chairperson, honestly, if the 2 blocks, Makwela, could have been maintained just by a paint, we couldn't have been in that situation. I couldn't have instructed the HOD to close temporarily. But as an executing authority, I had to be very, very proactive on the matter at that stage. And I gave those directives to the HOD as to what can we do about the Chairperson at that stage. And in the province to this far, we didn't have any school under those circumstances, because it was a school with its own circumstance. But if, honestly, the 2 blocks could have just been maintained, there could have not been such a thing at Chairperson. And thereafter, given the issue of COVID-19, we had to procure many actually, mobile classrooms. That is why we are done, Makwela Hagere, with the processes of building. How many blocks, Makwela? We need to provide the public with a proper information today. How many blocks? I'm not also saying maybe the other information was not proper. Please pardon me if you feel I am saying those things. I'm not that kind.
Sorry, 4 blocks.
We have to provide 4 blocks, and the process is over, because the 2 blocks that I'm talking about, we are going to renovate, isn't it, Makwela? We're just going to do the touches around those 2 blocks that are there now. This goes back to what is at the center of this whole thing. SGB, the school management. I am not saying this cannot have a direct bearing to the department, but I would love to see a situation whereby who is in our schools moving forward understand what are we here for and what are our roles as everyone who's here in the name of the SMT and also in the name of the SGB. Can I ask something, please? Kindly allow me to leave. We are hosting the National School Sports. All the 9 provinces are here at our show, Kopochevstrumo, and I must actually receive those learners at what? 16 hours?
Yes,
16 hours. It's the official opening. We are having the small Olympics in the province today. Kindly allow me to leave. I think we have, what I can say, the presentation and whatever that is going to be said. We sat down, we have reflected upon everything, and I think the HOD and the acting chief director are here, and they will provide those necessary answers.
Indeed, MEC, thank you so much for your attendance. we were hoping that we would be in touch with the HOD. So when we got confirmation that you are also coming, it was an indication and affirmation of how serious the department is taking this process. We are grateful for that. It does set a tone for other state institutions in terms of cooperation with the Commission's investigation, but also for the officials in the department who are below your level and the level of the HOD, that if the HOD and the MEC can be called upon and they cooperate with the Human Rights Commission, it sends a message that there's a clarion call on all state officials to cooperate with the Commission in the manner envisaged in our Act, also in terms of Section 181 of our Constitution. I have an indication, yes, you may be excused. I have an indication from Ms. Mlombo that she'll have just a few for the HOD. We are about to wrap up, but thank you so much, MEC.
Oh, let me listen to the few.
Perhaps if you allow me, Chair, I will just ask all the questions and allow them to respond. It's just a few more questions, just briefly, please. And then we can, if there's follow-up at that point, if MEC has to leave, she would have had the first bite. The other question I wanted to ask is, there was a submission from the First Lake by the National Association of the School Governing Bodies that schools in fact don't receive 100% of their allocation. They only received 50%, and that 50% is given to them in 2 installments, and the other 50% is kept by the department. If we can just have a response to that submission. That was a submission that was made that we want to clarify. Also, there was a submission made, particularly from the unions, that there is that their members are intimidated when they raise issues of infrastructure with them, to a point that some members tell them that you don't, even though they report infrastructural issues to them, they caution them not to reveal the names of their school because they fear intimidation. I want to find out if the department is aware of these allegations, and if it is aware, what has it done about the allegations, if anything. But if it is not aware of the allegations, just an indication of the department's attitude towards the issue of intimidation of staff for raising concerns about the safety of the working environment with either their unions or even institutions like ourselves. What is the department's attitude to any form of intimidation and victimization? And then also perhaps I would also like the department to reflect on the Section 11 intervention. In the
100 or 11?
Section 100, my apologies. In the department's view, has that intervention achieved its purpose? And I'm not sure if there's any indication at the moment how long it's going to continue for, if we can just have an indication. And lastly, I want the department to speak on the issue of impact of unsafe and poor school infrastructure on learners' health and well-being, academic performance and academic performance, as well as impact on staff. Because there was a submission from NAPTOSA on this, to the effect that really poor infrastructure demoralizes learners, it demoralizes staff. They even gave anecdotal evidence of, their members reporting depression, because of the demoralizing circumstances under which they work. So those are the final questions. If we can just get a response to those, please.
Thank you very much. Members, intimidate. I don't. I can't intimidate from my side. Can't intimidate. However, issues that have been raised, Nas Chibine.
Yeah, Nas Chibi.
Nas Chibi, I think must be noted, but coming to the allocation, it will just be like the Department of COCTA transferring MIG grant to municipalities. We can't allow that, honestly. I must reiterate on this issue. We can't, and we are not going to do that. To transfer the entire allocation to schools, because spending is what we are been accounting to through the Public Finance Management Act. So to this far, maybe after some years, in line with spending, the Department of Education may go to that route, but not now. And the allocation that is being done to schools is being done accordingly with the plans that are coming from the schools to us. It is according to that. That instead of so much for this, for the first time, they know how to plan it, and they plan nicely around it. I don't know why is it a challenge, Members Mashwe, unless maybe they have raised it with you. But there was an issue again around giving schools money to start to buy their own textbooks and stationery. We can't, not at the stage. Honestly, we can't, unless there's going to be exactly what is happening somewhere. We can't. We can't. We will continue to procure until at a particular time we take a decision as a sector that the system right now can stand on its own. Therefore, we can do the entire transfer to our schools. Coming to intimidations, I don't know, maybe Members Marshall is intimidating people, but I can't intimidate anyone, given to the effect that also most of the teachers are those that I've taught with them. I know a lot of them. So I think some of them can intimidate me easily, but from my side, honestly, I can't intimidate unless maybe there may be letters or they may be anonymous letters, but I've never seen, honestly, from my office, given to it that in my office I'm having a sort of a war room about all the complaints from our schools on daily basis. So I've never come across an issue of a teacher being intimidated in our schools. Maybe it has been said from another angle, but also I'm sitting with the unions on quarterly basis. I may try to reflect this matter to them so that we come out clearly as to what is happening in our schools in terms of this intimidation.
Sorry, MEC, before you move on to the next issue, just also, we're not saying it's happening, as you said, okay. It's not happening. What is the department's attitude to intimidation? If we can send out a message, you are being recorded, you are live.
I think it's like bullying. We will not accept it within the Department of Education, be it me trying to intimidate the HOD. That will be bullying on its own. Remember, during our time, a number of people have left schools because bullying have long been there on these issues. Many people have left their schools. So we would want everyone to be happy, honestly, in our schools, across our offices, wherever they are in the provinces. So I think that on its own, in a nutshell, that will be a bullying. And you know, it's good sometimes to live with people on human relation issues. That is why I'm normally getting surprised when I get into some schools where the SGB is fighting with the principal because the principal doesn't want to concur for this thing to be procured, etc., and etc. So that's bullying in a nutshell. And I would really want us, all of us in the department, to live along those human relation issues, not to be a super boss amongst others, Commissioner. The issue of Section 100. We are one government. At a particular point, if government doesn't actually get what is anticipating from another sphere of government, I think it must act for the benefit, number one, of the communities, number two, of the recipients. It may be the workers at that stage. So Section 100 came in the Northwest along some of those issues. And to this far, given to effect that each departments, there were timelines, number one, and also there were a framework as to how can we improve. To this far, the Department of Education in the Northwest Province have improved a lot through Section 100. So it has been a good thing to the department. It has been a good thing to government as a whole. And we appreciate the good work that those people have come with in the Northwest Province. Where we are still reeling, I think if it is a Department of Education, we still have the administrator within the Department of Basic Education. So we will still continue to interact with the administrator and the minister. Remember, the minister is quite pivotal, again, on Section 100. But Cabinet have taken a decision, and we have supported the decision, and I will continue to support the decision. It has worked for the Northwest Province. For instance, this issue of non-spending, it has been unlocked by Section 100. The issue of human resource in the Department of Education is been unlocked by Section 100. Which area again, Masmash? Infrastructure, I've mentioned it, human resource.
And supply chain.
Supply chain. It has been unlocked by Section 100. And for them to leave us, I think they are leaving the skill, the necessary skill and the promptness that Batupilu is speaking about. And I believe that the Department of Education, beyond Section 100, it will be a better Department of Education in the Northwest Province.
Thank you, MEC. Finally, the issue of the impact of infrastructural challenges on learners, teachers, and the schooling system as a whole.
Thank you very much for this question. I think this can be a very good research topic for the researchers, you know. We cannot be the referee and the player anyway, but I'll attempt to say a thing or two. But however, as I'm saying, it can be a very good research topic, and it will also assist us, again, as the department going forward, once we've got those findings from the research project. But however, I want to mention, I would have loved to mention with examples, but we do have schools that are struggling. We are not happy about it, and we are not proud about that, but the schools continue to perform, irrespective of the challenges that are facing some of our schools. And such schools are in rural, deep rural areas, villages, and in townships. the results, the good results, especially in terms of the national senior certificates that we are having, are not necessarily results coming from affluent, township suburbs. Majority of our 100% achievers are from villages and townships. And some of them do have challenges that I'm saying we are not proud to be saying. Anyway, we are not proud about those infrastructure challenges. But if I have to tell you, is that remember around between 2013, 14, 15, 16, we used to be in top 3 country-wise in terms of national senior certificate examinations with all the challenges that we are having. We took a slight dip in 2020. We have risen back to top 4 provinces in the country in terms of national senior certificate examination. If we can give you our results for the past 4 years and then look at the individual performance of the school, you'll agree with me, majority of these schools are from deep rural villages with old schools, and townships. And some of the schools, even in our affluent areas, for some reasons and other challenges other than infrastructure, are not even performing to a point where we would be very happy. So that's why I'm saying this is a very good research topic, but I don't want to take it away from our struggling schools that against all odds are doing their utmost best. And the learners, they give us very good results. And we applaud the teachers and the communities out there that are supporting our schools in terms of their achievement, irrespective of the conditions that they find themselves in. And yes, we are not proud of the situation they find themselves in. Well, the issue of the demoralizing, yes, of course, the poor infrastructure can be an issue that can demoralize the workers. Like I said, with regard to the results, learner performance, we are also not proud to be talking about this. When all things are equal, we would want to have all our schools in accordance with the approved norms and standards, where conditions there are conducive to teaching and learning, they are safe, they are healthy, if we can have it our way. But one day we'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC HOD. We've come to the end of this session. We are still going to receive written submissions from the Department of Public Works. We're also grateful to our CEO for and the colleagues from his office who have joined us today, our colleagues in the province, Ms. Lutuli, the lead investigator in the matter. HOD, the other issues that I suppose should not wait for another hearing or an inquiry is to alert you to the judgment of BEFA versus Minister of Education, where the Supreme Court of Appeal confirmed it related to delivery of textbooks in Limpopo, where the court found that those learners who had not received textbooks, their rights to education, equality, and dignity had been violated. The same argument may be made for those learners who may not have, who are not on par with other learners in terms of the resources that are availed to them, laboratories and the like, the learners who may have to write science without having experimented in a laboratory as others have. But like I say, it's an issue for another engagement that as the department plans and prioritizes, we request that such be guided by obviously the Constitution and the other rights that when you look at the matters, yours is to deliver education, is the right to education. But it's interrelated to other rights that like the right to dignity, equality, and the like. And we will appreciate the additional information relating to sanitation, water, all of the information that the department has committed to provide. Once the process is concluded, there'll be a report. The principles of legality requires us to share the draft with you for your comments before a final report is issued. Those processes are going to be observed, and we are grateful for your cooperation with the investigation and all the information that you've provided in writing and orally. And thank you. And I believe, without taking the job of my colleague, Mr. Kwababana, that lunch will be served. We are thankful for colleagues who have stayed for this long period in cooperation with the Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, colleagues, the food will be served in the dining hall that side. Sharp.